Good morning to all. Welcome to this much awaited 13th APMEDUCON conducted by Great Eastern Medical School and Hospital under the aegis of Andhra Pradesh State Medical Educators Association, with an aim to promote and encourage medical teachers in educational technology and provide a forum for exchange of newer developments, ideas or results of experiments in the field of medical education. AP Medical Education Association organizes annual state conference. It is our privilege to host this year the state conference at Jamson Hospital. Keeping in view the vision of our chairman sir and our college to nurture and mold a competent, compassionate, skillful and proficient Indian medical graduate, the organizing committee came up with the theme Metamorphosis of Medical Education in the Era of Artificial Intelligence, a challenge to human kinship. This is to cater to the teaching for the present generation, or rather facilitating the teacher. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome and thank Chairman Kim's Group of Hospitals and our beloved Chief Mentor Sir, Dr. Bollineni Bhaskarrao Garu, for accepting our invitation to inaugurate and participate in this conference and extending his support and motivation to our GEMS family in spite of his busy schedule. Thank you, sir. I also extend a warm greetings and welcome to our esteemed guest speakers, Dr. P.V. Chelam Garu, Dr. Chetna Desai Madam, Dr. Geetanjali Ma'am, Dr. Nachiket Sir, Dr. Animesh Sir, and all our resource faculty for the conference. A varied spectrum of specialties, all under one banner, common banner, medical education. A hearty welcome to all the distinguished delegates present here. Addressing and showcasing the latest developments and practices in healthcare professions, education, and beyond, this conference is a chance to make connections, learn new approaches, cool ideas and innovations to incorporate into the development of curricula and teaching. So let's feast on the wide spread of knowledge. Let's begin. The sessions will go as per the schedule sent in the WhatsApp. So please go through the WhatsApp. With great pleasure, I would now like to invite Dr. D. Lakshmi Lalta Madam, Principal, Jamson Hospital, onto the dais. May I now invite Dr. R. Ashok Reddy Sir, Medical Superintendent, Jamson Hospital, to come on to the dais, please. I request Dr. K. Sudhi Sir, Professor and Head of Department of General Medicine, Senior Management, to take his seat on the dais. I am glad to invite Dr. Devi Madhvi Madam, President, Andhra Pradesh State Medical Educators Association, Vice Principal, RMC Kakinada, onto the dais. I now call upon Dr. Nagendra Naidu Sir, Professor Community Medicine, Andhra Pradesh Medical Council Observer for this conference, onto the dais. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Animesh Jain, Professor of Community Medicine, Kasturba Medical College, onto the dais. With equal pleasure, I invite Dr. Nachiket Shankar Sir, Professor of Anatomy and Medical Education, St. John's Medical College, to take his seat on the dais. It's my honor to invite Dr. Geetanjali Madam, Pro VC Medical Sciences Geetham, onto the dais. With honor, I like to invite Dr. P.V. Chelam Sir, Dean Bhaskar Medical College, to take his seat on the dais. It's my honor to invite Dr. Chetna Desai Madam, President-elect, APHE, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad, onto the dais. I consider it a great honor to invite our chief guest, Dr. Bolineni Bhaskarrao Garu, Chairman, KIMS Group of Hospitals, Chief Mentor, GEMS Hospital, onto the dais. I would also like to recognize and thank our CAO Sir, Swarna Rammohan Sir, and CEO Sir, Advik Sir, for their presence. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, sirs. Let us commence our event by prayer song and lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. I request the dignitaries to proceed for the lamp lighting. Thank you.
शुद्ध ब्रह्म परात्पर राम कालात्मक परमेश्वर राम शुद्ध ब्रह्म परात्पर राम कालात्मक परमेश्वर राम राम
I now request our principal ma'am, Dr. Lakshmi Lalta ma'am, to please give her opening remarks.
Our respected chairman, sir, our APMEA president, Dr. Devi Madhvi, respected guest speakers, Dr. Chelam sir, Dr. Gitanjali ma'am, Dr. Chetna ma'am, Dr. Nachket sir, Dr. Animesh sir, our medical superintendent, Dr. Ashok Reddy garu, our senior management, Dr. Sudhir sir, our CEO, Sri Ramohan garu, and our CEO, Dr. Sri Advik garu, and all the delegates attending the conference, a very good morning and a very, very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Now, we are very delighted for being able to organize this conference, the 13th APMEDUCON 2023. We are more than delighted to host the galaxy of the medical educators here. I'm immensely grateful that you all have agreed to participate in this conference. The present medical education system is very, very challenging. Challenging because it's total change of the attitude of the present generation, the Z generation which we call now, and also their total dependence on technology. These two things have brought lots of change in the regular life of the student as well as the profession also. We as medical educators have also always been striving to mold a medical student into a C2, L2, LP, which we have learned into a better communicator, the best clinician, the best leader, a lifelong learner, and a professional. So that's what we have been thriving for since ages. However, a platform like this is always enthralling and encouraging for sharing of knowledge and learning from our own experiences. I once again take this wonderful opportunity to welcome you all for this conference. I'm sure it's going to help you all to take back home rich and joyous memories and experiences both personally and professionally. I take a moment to thank our Chief Mentor, Dr. Bhaskar Rao sir, our CFO sir, and our CEO sir for their tremendous support at every juncture once we said that we are going to organize this conference at GEMS Medical College. I once again extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you, and I hope you'll have a great time here. Thank you all.
I now request our medical superintendent, sir, Dr. Ashok Reddy, sir, to speak a few words.
Very good morning to all of you, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Great Eastern Medical School and Hospital from my side as a superintendent. And under the visionary leadership of our Chief Mentor Bhaskar Rao garu and our unwavering support given by our CEO Advik garu and our dynamic administrator Ramohan garu, whose constant motivation and support which made us to conduct this program at this point, at this juncture. Thank you very much from my side, and obviously we are forging into the era of artificial intelligence and the AR, VR, XR, and all sorts of things which are supposed to be integrated into the medical education. And yeah, it is going to be revolutionized, and it will not be like this, and it is changing fast. We are happy to organize such kind of event from my side, from our side rather. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Sudhir, sir, to speak a few words.
Respected Chairman and our Chief Mentor, Dr. Bhaskar Rao garu, and our Principal, Dr. Lakshmi Lalita, and all the galaxy of speakers who have come all the way from the faraway places to give to help us in improving our skills in medical education. and our today's observer, Dr. Nagendra Naidu, and all senior faculty members, and my colleagues, and all the delegates. It's really a great moment for GEMS for hosting this state conference, and as I'm making you to assemble here to enjoy a feast of medical knowledge, that too for teaching. As a professor at the fag end of my career, I am always finding it difficult to adjust to the new changes, new challenges that are being imposed, not imposed, that's the natural change that comes from the higher ups, and the changes we are expected in the medical education. Really, we find it a little hard. But why hard? Because there is a saying, old habits die hard. So still, we have a responsibility to evolve ourselves into the newer demands that in the medical education, where we have to change ourselves, change our attitudes towards the students, change our attitudes towards our colleagues, change our attitudes towards the parents. Now parents play a major role now in the present medical education. So all this attitude change has to come. It will not come simply as say that I want to change. I need some input. That inputs probably we will get from this conference. And I'm really happy that very learned speakers come here to enrich our knowledge and making our initiative to improvise the medical education in our departments. And I think the same will be felt by many of our senior faculty here. And the future of this medical education is all the young people who are sitting, who are the young delegates who are sitting here. You are the people, you have to imbibe this knowledge from this day onwards so that you will become a good teachers in your future. And that is very, very important. And you cannot, the medical education is no more a formality now. It is really a serious issue. One has to learn the things just like your anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, like that is another subject that one has to take it serious. That's what I think that will make you a good teacher, and that will help you to deliver the goods and in preparing an Indian medical graduate suitable to our social needs. And that responsibility rests with the younger generation of this. So I hope that all of you will be benefited from the various sessions that will be held during these 3 days, and you will make your life happy and your teaching life happy, and directly or indirectly you will be making the society happy. Thank you so much.
We would like to now request Dr. Devi Madhavi Madam, State Medical Educators Association President, to address the gathering.
Good morning to the chief mentor of this organization, Dr. Bhaskar Rao Garu, dignitaries on the days, off the days, Dr. Venugopal Garu, Jyoti Padanja ma'am, and all my senior faculty, and medical educators, and my dear students. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate GEMS and hospital for organizing this 13th AP Medical Education Conference. I would like to state here that Andhra Pradesh has been in the forefront of medical education because of the efforts of senior faculty like Dr. Venugopal sir, who was the founder president of the APMEA Society, which was formed way back in 2010. And formally, it has been registered in 2016. So this platform, through APMEA, AP Medical Education Association, we hope to increase our networks, learn from each other, and be the facilitators to produce this successful outcome. That is, students who are going to be healthcare professionals to meet the needs of the society. So, my dear delegates, I see a lot of young students here. So the deliberations are not only for the faculty. You are an important stakeholder, and we welcome you to participate in all the deliberations. I congratulate the organizing chairperson, Dr. Lakshmi Lalita, Principal, GEM School, and the co-chairs, Dr. Padmaraju, Dr. Havila, the organizing secretary, Dr. Kalyan, and the entire team supported by the CEO and CAO, and the volunteers who you were doing a wonderful job. And the speakers, yesterday we already had the workshops. They were so enriching, and it was a very active participation. I congratulate the organizers again for the selection of the speakers and the topics, which are very apt, and I look forward to this academic feast. All the best, and congratulations once more. I thank the organizers for the opportunity given.
I now call upon Dr. Samatha, Professor and Head of the Department of Microbiology, to introduce our chairman, sir, to us.
Good morning, respected dignitaries and delegates. It is with great honor that I introduce our esteemed chairman and distinguished cardiothoracic surgeon, Dr. Bullineni Bhaskarrao Garu, Managing Director of KIMS Group of Hospitals and Chief Mentor of our GEMS and Hospital. He is a visionary, taking forward our institution GEMS and renowned for his commitment and diligence. Here I wanted to say a few words. Ammo Srikakulama ane వాళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు ప్లేస్మెంట్ దొరికితే చాలు అనే స్థాయికి తీసుకుని వచ్చారు. Sir did his MBBS from Rangaraya Medical College, Masters from Madras Medical College, and DNB CT Surgery from New Delhi. He acquired his fellowship at Sydney, Melbourne. Being a skillful surgeon, till now he performed around 40,000 surgeries. Like most of the doctors, he didn't want to practice for himself, which led to the establishment of KIMS Hyderabad in 2014, which is now a 1,000-bedded hospital shuttering by highly qualified doctors and healthcare professionals. KIMS Hospital has currently established its presence in AP and Telangana. Now it has been expanding nationally. He is basically from a rural and economically modest background who used to walk miles to go to the school. One will always wonder what inspired him to become a doctor. Whatever be the situation, we have a wonderful CT surgeon, and being associated with him is a great privilege. He played a crucial role in the implementation of Rajiv Arogyasri scheme with former Chief Minister Dr. Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy Garu, which is a boon in providing health care to economically weaker sections of the population. This won him national and global accolades. It's boon to have an understanding family and supporting wife. His family is his strength, and his brothers supported him morally and emotionally. Now, I would like to introduce his better half, Srimati Rajeshri Garu, who made his success journey smooth by being with him through his ups and downs. As ma'am is engaged in her domestic commitments, she could not make her presence here, but always the best wishes are with us. Ma'am is a daughter of former Chief Minister Bhavanam Venkatramireddy Garu. She imbibed his leadership qualities, and fondness for medical education and health prompted her to pop the idea into Sir's mind to produce quality doctors, especially in such a remote and needy area, Srikakulam. Sir is blessed with two sons, Dr. Abhinay Garu and Dr. Mr. Advik Sir. Dr. Abhinay Garu, CEO KIMS Group of Hospitals, we can proudly say that it's blooming and flourishing under Sir's guidance. we are fortunate to have Advik sir here today along with us. And Bhaskar Rao sir has been honored with numerous prestigious awards and rewards. He received Times Healthcare Lifetime Achievers Award in Cardiology and Cardiothoracic Surgery by Times of India, Hyderabad. Finalist Earnest and Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award and Lifetime Achievement Award, Business Excellence Award in 2022. Among his numerous prestigious awards, I highlighted only very few. He is at the top of the ladder but never forget his roots. I will conclude with his favorite quote, "All power is within you and you can do anything and everything." And his motto is, "Give back more than what you have got." This is just a glimpse of his life. Hope I have done the justice and been excused if I have missed it out of ignorance. Thank you, sir, for taking time to be here with us. And now may I request our chief mentor to deliver the inaugural address for APMEDUCON 2023.
Thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great day today. We are discussing about how to build the education. On the stage, Dr. Lakshmi Lalita, Principal, Great Eastern Medical School, and Ashok Reddy, Medical Superintendent, and Sudhir Sir, Senior Faculty and the founder of this Great Eastern Medical School. Dr. Nagendra Naidu, APMC, an observer. Dr. Devi Madhavi, State President, APMEA, and Dr. Anmish Jain, Professor in Community Medicine, Kasturba Medical College. Dr. Nachkar Shankar, Professor of Anatomy, Medical Education, St. John's Medical College. Dr. Geetanjali, Professor, Vice Chancellor of Geetam University. Dr. Chetan Desai, President-elect APHE, Professor of Pharmacology and BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad. P.V. Chalam, Dean, Bhaskara Medical College, and all the faculty, and my ex-principal Jyoti Padmaja and my classmate also, all the faculty and the students. It's a very great event today, especially for the medical students. There are few important things. I saw the theme of caterpillar to butterfly. That itself is a metamorphosis. We need to understand this very, very properly. See, basically, if you look into that, change is inevitable. If you don't follow the change or you resist the change, you will never grow in our life. You talk about history. There was a typewriter when we were students. We, not you. Now today it is totally disappeared. There was a telephone and keep dialing. Now that has gone, all comes buttons. And the Xerox copies, everything has been keep changing, in the advances keep coming up. But medical education also, even though the artificial intelligence, when we were all the medical students, we have not seen the CT scan, MRI, PET scans, all these things. But we accustomed and learned, and we'll able to provide the quality treatment to the patient. Like that, change is an inevitable thing. We need to respect and we need to invite changes every time. But student life is not changed. When last 40 years today, change, student life means enjoyment. God only knows what is the meaning for enjoyment. Students also doesn't know. But you need to also change. You are not changing, you need to change a lot. The most important thing, the change should come. I always keep saying, I to we. You know what is the meaning for this I to we? I is illness, we is wellness. As long as you keep on saying that you are alone, you will get into illness. If you want, we are all want to contribute something, will be wellness. Whether it is in the family, whether it is in the education, whether it is the teaching, whether it is the college, anywhere. If you want to do everything, it is impossible. you always degrade yourself, get tension, get blood pressure, and then get admitted into the hospital. If it is we, wellness, so all of us has to contribute and grow together. The most important things what we need to change in the medical education is, I don't know how many of you are aware of this clinical governance. The clinical governance is the most important topic. Like any business or any corporate, we have a corporate governance. That governance is the one which keeps the company keep growing. Similarly, the clinical governance in a medical education or a medical field or a patient care is concerned, as long as you follow the clinical governance perfectly, you will never able to make any mistake. Even during the education, during the medical student, if you follow, your education standards will improve much, much further. There are 7 pillars in the clinical governance. If you are able to follow all this clinical governance perfectly from day one, from the education, from first year onwards, by the time you come out, your post-graduation or super specialty, you will be a perfect physician or a surgeon. Unless we don't follow all those things, we are only like other education, we are only studying. I keep on saying, up to non-medical or up to intermediate, whatever you study, most of us will vomit in the exam hall and get a degree and you forget in your lifetime. But medical education is not like that. From day one, from anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, everything, pathology, pharmacology, you need to keep it with you and implement every day in your life. Every patient you need to put all these things. So there is no chance to forget. So now you need to be able to see how I should not forget. To be honest with you, what all we studied in the up to intermediate, if you ask anybody, you may not be able to tell the correct answer. But in medical education, you should not be able to forget that. So now the education is such a way that how I should not forget and each and everything, whether it may be a bone, whether it may be electrolytes, whether it may be pathology, specimens, everything. The day when you are able to make that is a process or a system driven, how I should not forget and how I repeatedly keep on remembering and apply the applied anatomy, applied physiology, whatever we talk about in each patient, then you will never forget about it. These are all the things, there are so many tools are coming up. These changes will be able to help you to build, and also you need to be able to with the patient all the time rather than in the schools. Today we have introduced our clinical, our GEMS management. I think they are continuing. For every postgraduate, they should be able to present a case and in a weekly basis. Similarly, every undergraduate student has to teach for his or her colleagues one topic. That means they should be able to build each and everything during the first year itself. It is not a one-way direction. If previously when you talk about and the students listen and then go, it doesn't help. Now we are making them, the students also should be able to teach so that when you start teaching, you learn more. When you listen, you don't learn anything. When you start teaching, then you need to go back and look back and what are all the things that I need to teach, whether I should understood what I am going to teach. So you put a lot of efforts. If you are able to inculcate this habit, afterwards when you want to do practice in any subject or any patient or any disease, you will go and deeply think and put it and read more cautiously, and so that you will be able to implement, then the clinical effectiveness will come into the picture. That is the most important, that how to educate yourself is the most important thing. One way we have been practicing, I am sure the management of the Great Eastern Medical School has been doing in the last couple of years, teaching by the student will be able to help. The second important thing is, it is a challenge. Between the student and the teacher should be always a challenging thing. It cannot be a one-way direction. It is a bidirectional thing so that the teacher will also improve and the student also come prepared understand what he is looking at. This type of systems, if we are able to build, then automatically it will be able to improve. And we have seen these changes of many people are saying some after 2 years, there is no requirement of any radiologist because of the artificial intelligence and all those things comes. Today, previously when we talk about when we are doing everything on manually, when the computer comes, everything will be paperless, there will be a lot of unemployment. It is the other way around. Once the computers has come, the employment has increased more. Nothing is going to go. The artificial intelligence, whatever is the technology that is coming forward, it will be able to help us to give better treatment, better clinical outcomes, so that we can able to. Today, you talk about a chat GPT, which has come. If you are able to type it anything, you get everything in no time. The moment you type, you get everything. Previously, if you want to go and look for it, you have to spend a day. Go to the library, look into the books. Now that is not there. In chat GPT, if you put it, you get it in no time. Like that, the change or the technology and whatever it is there, it will definitely improvise our knowledge, help us to treat more and more better way of treating the patients. Initially, I thought of going and starting a medical school when we started in 2014. It was new, even though we are practicing in the hospitals, it will be as easy as running a hospital. But I found that there is a lot more we need to require. Then I went around, seen many colleges, many hospitals around the world. I am surprised to see in UK, the medical college campus is only around 50,000 square feet. That means 1/10 of this entire building. That's all, nothing else. There is only anatomy, physiology, microbiology, pathology. Pathology also very little of. All these, in the entire thing, there are 3 departments are there, that's it. And there is no hospital, there is no college. They keep sending all the patients, all the students on a weekly basis to the practitioners. There have been identified some general practitioners, surgeons, some hospitals. Hospital need not be in the medical college. These people will go there and spend about their 2 months or 3 months, and then they will be able to pass the exams. So that they will be able to accustom to the really, after passing the exam, what they are going to practice, they started from the day one. Even though we got the great opportunity for all of you, we have the entire hospital is within the campus. There are plenty of patients, so much of faculty, but still you people have not changed the old methodology. You need to change how to present the case, how to improvise yourself, come prepared. If you keep on doing, that will be able to help us, and I am sure the deliberations of all the experts here will be able to give some sort of a change. We can able to further send it to the NMC so that they will be able to try to incorporate betterment of medical education. I thank all the delegates who have come here to deliberate our discussions, and so that it will improve the further medical education. And once again, all the speakers who has come from the different parts of the country to exchange the knowledge, to provide them. With this, we should be able to take it, and I'm sure, I believe this is the 13th APMEDUCON 2023, and these type of deliberations should be able to send what we do, what all we discussed, outcome of these discussions, we need to be able to send it to the NMC so that they will also follow it up. All the people who have been discussed from various parts of the country, and if it goes, they were also looking how to change it. I was talking in the flight, one of the NMC member, Dr. Santosh, was with me. They were also looking at how to change this medical education system, now betterment of existing one. So I think all of us will be able to contribute. These deliberations will be able to give you some inputs to send it further to the NMC so that that can be implemented. So change is a very important thing. Understand that clinical governance is a must. I don't know how many of you know, there are 7 pillars of clinical governance. The most important is the clinical effectiveness, risk management, internal audit, staff training, patient education. All these important points, if you know, then you will be able to see, you will be able to achieve what you want in the medical education. Once again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
On behalf of all of us, thank you, sir, for your stimulating and inspiring words, sir. It has truly inspired. Thank you for pointing out the clinical governance steps, and we'll surely apply them. Thank you, sir. As a mark of respect, we would now like to honor our chief guest, Dr. Bollineni Bhaskarrao Garu, our pillar of support, who has always encouraged us in all our efforts, without whom this session would not have been possible. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to do the honors. Thank you, respected dignitaries. I request you all now to take your seats off the dais. We'll start our sessions. Delegates, please give us a few minutes before we start the sessions. A couple of minutes, please. Let's open the conference with talk on CBME, Navigating the Turbulence. Dr. P.V. Chalam sir, Dean Bhaskara Medical College. Before that, I would like to invite Dr. D. Lakshmi Lalta ma'am, Principal, and Dr. Devi Madhvi madam, President of APMEA, to chair the sessions, please. And I would like to invite Dr. Lakshmi Lalta ma'am to introduce the speaker to us.
A very good morning once again. I feel honored to introduce the first guest speaker of the day, Dr. P.V. Chalam sir, Dean Bhaskar Medical College, Hyderabad. General surgeon by profession. He is studying heading the Department of Medical Education Regional Center at Bhaskar Medical College. He is an international fellow in medical education from Illinois, USA. He was an undergraduate and postgraduate student of Gandhi Medical College and also served and retired from Gandhi Medical College. Since then, he is leading Bhaskar Medical College as Dean. Dr. P.V. Chalam is a member, expert group of National Medical Commission. Member PG Study Board KNR UHS and member Institutional Ethics Committee Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences. He is an external member Faculty of Medicine KLE Academy of Higher Education and Research Belgaum. He is a member Curriculum Committee of KNR UHS. His contribution to new competency-based UG curriculum is exemplary. I still remember when we were making the curriculum for the new CBME for 2019 batch in Dr. YSR University of Health Sciences. Sir was there guiding us, and he was at every point he was giving his piece of advice. So we stayed there for 2 days, sir, I think you remember, and he was guiding us, and he made us make the schedule for 2019 batch, the first batch of CBME curriculum. So Dr. Chalam is founder president of Association of Medical Educationists, and he is the founder convener, Regional Center for Medical Education Technology, Gandhi Medical College. He also served as officer on special duty for Dr. NTR UHS from 2001 to 2003. Served in UG PG study boards of Dr. NTR UHS and MSET committee also. With great passion for medical education, Dr. Chalam conducted innumerable workshops on medical education, faculty development, and research methodology all over the state, at the university, and also at the national level, mainly at New Delhi. He has many articles published to his credit. An epitome of knowledge and simplicity. It's a great privilege to have him as our speaker today at 13th APMEDUCON 2023. Over to Chalam sir for his guest deliberation.
Respected Sir Bhaskar Rao Sir Garu and respected dignitaries in the hall, visiting faculty, and thanks to Dr. Lakshmi Lalta madam for making me a part of this August gathering and permitting me to share my experiences in this area. See, the topic was navigating the turbulence of CBME. What I am going to do now is we are going to go through this CBME implementation, and we are facing so much of problems and turbulence. We will see how the volume resound వస్తుంది. So how we can do a safe landing, right? Okay, now okay. I think you are comfortable now. Yes or no? Thank you. So we'll see how we can face this turbulence and make a safe landing. The competency-based medical education curriculum was announced in 2019 in November, and it has been made mandatory to be followed from 2019 November onwards. It was really a golden day for us, written in golden letters. Very good day, and we all need to compulsorily implement from 2019 November onwards. Was it a surprise for all of us? No, because the preparations for this competency-based medical educations were done for more than 10 years, and we used to go to Delhi, sit in NMC and do all those things for about 10 years before they have announced it. If you see the vision statement which was made by Medical Council of India that is called Vision 2015, which was announced, published in March 2011. At that time, they have already announced and they have indicated a plan to introduce foundation course, electives, etc. Everything was planned from that time, and publication of Vision 2015 was done. Though the vision was published, it was not really taken up seriously by all the medical colleges, and it was not being implemented because it is not mandatory that time. So came the Gazette, which mentions that you have to implement the 2019 curriculum-based education. So before that, what the erstwhile Medical Council of India has done is, they have planned it in such a way. There was faculty development program going on since so many years in our country. Let it be NTTC, National Teacher Training Centers, medical education units, regional centers, nodal centers, curriculum implementation support programs, curriculum committees, departments of medical education, and FIMER. All these were the preparatory faculty development programs which have gone in for last 15 to 20 years before introduction of the competency-based education. Right? Now, after doing this base work, spade work, then the medical councils have announced the competency-based undergraduate curriculum in November 2011. One of the best part of it is that they have mentioned it is a live document. Live document accepts that it is going to be changed whenever the time requires. It is not a dead document of fixed, because we are doing something new, it needs to be modified, and whenever it is required, it will be changed. And then, if you ask me why this is new, what is the difference between we can have one day discussion on that, but if you ask me to tell in one sentence what is this new in this, in one sentence I can tell you that traditional curriculum basically organized around the knowledge, and we thought we are putting this knowledge and we are doing through some instructional process. We expect this knowledge to be used at appropriate time, appropriate place, appropriate person is going to use that. That was the presumption. We expect that once we give the knowledge, you are going to use it at your hospital or with patient. That was the basic concept. But what is the new outcome? What is this competency-based education that focuses on the outcome? That means, of course, we give the knowledge, but whether you are able to perform in the real life situation. That means in the college only we are going to see whether you are going to perform in real life situation, then only certify. So this is not limited to the knowledge. This is focuses on performance. That is the basic difference of previous and this curriculum. And when they have announced the curriculum, they have given a detailed competencies for each subject which were not there earlier. Each subject carried in these books, they have released 3 books, and they have given detailed curriculum which consists of the competencies, methods of teaching, methods of assessment, etc. So the goal of Indian medical graduate also has been changed little by mentioning that it is not only knowledge which is required, the attitudes, values and response, this word has been added new, because the changing society was disappointed with the doctors who don't have proper attitude. Actually, we face a lot of backlash from the society on this also. So new words have been added where you have proper attitudes, values and responsiveness, right? With all these, they also identified many things. Roles of the doctors was a new thing. It is not enough to be a good clinician, you need to be a good communicator also. and you need to be a good team leader and lifelong learner and also good professional. These are the roles of the doctors which were expected from a doctor. So all this is fine, but what has happened? As you know, it was introduced in India. India means whole India. Whole India means we have 706 plus medical colleges. This 706 was yesterday evening. Today it might have increased also. So these 706 medical colleges are there, and they range from east, west, north, south. Can all the medical college implement this? That was a big question for us. Yes, I agree that. But we don't, suppose if you have 10 people, 10 students in our class, we don't expect all the 10 to be same. So like that, the NMC also doesn't expect all the medical college will implement all the competencies at all the places at same level. No. Ours is a diverse country, and every college has a different level they have implemented. They have implemented. There were colleges who were already doing this before the announcement of competency-based. So don't think that this has been particularly made for your college, and don't think that you have to do exactly like this. There is a lot of flexibility for the colleges to do this. Whatever level is, whether you can do 50%, do 50%. You can do 80%, do 80%. You can do 100%, you can do 110%, you can do. So like this, there is a lot of flexibility for the colleges, but only them is minimum standards are announced. So what are the areas which are, so the lot of areas which have been changed. For example, new things like foundation course, clinical exposures, teaching learning methods, family adoption programs, alignment, skill training, attitudes, elective, all these have been changed. Once this has been changed, it is not possible in the given time for me to go through all these phases, but I am going to go through some of these changes, and we'll pick up few of them and discuss in detail, and then at the end of my talk I will open for questions, answers and discussions. Recently we have conducted one survey at all India basis throughout few states. 7 states have responded, and we saw that what has happened in that. I asked them how you are implementing, how much you are implementing. It is an informal survey, no documentation, only on WhatsApp group and Google survey. If you see this, the guidelines and compiled with the guidelines and implemented the following components, how much your college could implement it. Interestingly, foundation course scored the highest points, foundation course, because that means most of the colleges are doing that, one, doing to the extent to which it was prescribed. Whereas if you see, the most problematic area was student doctor method of learning scored the least mark, right, points. So we'll go through these two definitely, and many other programs whichever is possible. So I'll just briefly mention what is the purpose, because all of you know what is the purpose of introduction. I'll be a little fast in that area. I'll just mention why this change has been made. Next we will go into the barriers and strategies to overcome this. So the story goes like this. It started in 2019. 2019 was very nice, very happy, and we all started very enthusiastically in November 2019, and we started implementing it. With all the excitement, foundation course was done very well. Then came March 2020, April, where we are struck with pandemics. Then everything went haywire. No one is able to implement anything. Small group discussions, not possible because students not coming. So, as in every field, our field also has learned many things from pandemic. So, we also discovered innovative methods. We made online classes. So, our set of problems we had, and we have overcome, we have made many new methods. Then 22, we are trying to settle down. In 23, I think most of the colleges have implemented, and National Medical Commission started doing some changes to this first announced curriculum has been changed, modified as per the feedback which they have received, right? So now I think 2003 are very comfortable environment to implement the curriculum, and we are all implementing it, but only to what extent we are implementing depending upon the local resources. First we will take foundation course. The foundation course was originally planned to lay a sound foundation for the pursuit of learning across the subjects in MBBS course and later on to the career. This means when the student is coming from intermediate to a professional course, they have seen some requirements and they have included all these orientation program, MBBS program, and medical ethics, alternate health systems, first aids, and language barriers were there. They wanted to address language issues, communications, time management, stress management, first aid, all these were introduced, and all the colleges enthusiastically accepted. What were the barriers and strategies for foundation course? The first barrier for foundation course was time. Initially, they told first 1 month exclusively foundation course, nothing to be taught there, and attendance is compulsory and no one should interfere in this time. That was the biggest hurdle. What happened? As you know, because of admission process, only 50% were there. Other were second round, third round, fourth round admissions, and the people who joined were sliding. All these resulted in very low students' attendance. Lack of awareness about that importance of foundation course. Everyone felt it is not essential. Even parents, when they come to me as a principal, they used to ask me, sir, when does the real classes start? What is this by this real class? They think that they are not real classes, you know. They think that this is unimportant. So in that way, parents are also not willing to send the students for this non-real classes. That was one of the major hurdle. But if you see the latest regulation, recent guidelines, which is announced in August, it mentions it is only first 1 week continuous, then it has to be incorporated longitudinally in next 6 months. I think this has solved little problem of this low attendance, because the so-called real classes starts, that is subject classes start, and this is only for 2 weeks, 2 hours or 3 hours you take whatever, but put it longitudinally for next 6 months. And 75% attendance separately is required if they have to get qualified. And another interesting thing which has been added in recent regulations which are announced in August is parents meeting. The NMC itself, earlier most of the colleges, including my college, we used to do the parents meeting at the beginning of the course, but NMC specified the parent meeting has to be done and the minutes have to be recorded, so that when NMC assessor comes, he has to see that. That means it is made it compulsory. So here we had an opportunity to interact with the parents and also tell them the importance of foundation course and why we are doing the foundation course. So to some extent this time hurdle has been overcome. Next hurdle was in the foundation course, expertise, faculty. Who is going to teach that? So if you ask me suddenly teach communications, say you ask me to teach surgery, I am going to teach surgery. But you ask me to tell communication skills, how can I tell? You ask me to talk about stress management, I don't know anything. So all the faculty felt embarrassed when they have been given these topics, and they told that better you hire persons from outside, like a social psychologist, or we have got to the extent of asking Usman University people initially who will teach humanity. We went to the Department of Humanity in Usman University to ask them teach about humanity. Then NMC told no outsider should be called for that, and if you don't know how to teach humanity, that means you are not practicing humanity. So if you are practicing humanity, you teach the same thing to the student. So to some extent now, first year 2019, that was the greatest problem of who has to teach that. But now I think slowly, in view of the faculty development programs, this has been incorporated into our regular program, and we are teaching, and all the topics are being taught by the regular faculty only. And selective requirements. So selective requirements, like some out of 150 students we take, not all people have a language problem. It's a few people come with Telugu medium. So we have to separate them and take, not that you can't take a 150 people. Computer skills also, only selective people, few students need computers. Some students are better than the required computer, like that. And lack of support from the administrators. So when I want to teach computers, I have to first learn computer, then go and teach. If I want to teach humanity, I have to first learn humanity and teach. So all these hurdles have been overcome by the faculty development programs. Medical education units have helped in organizing these programs, and we have basic course workshop in which we teach them how to handle the foundation course, and CISP workshop. These have helped us in overcoming these barriers. I think now foundation course is running well, and there is no much barriers as far as foundation course is concerned. Next came the early clinical exposure. So what is the fundamental basis ground for why the early clinical exposure has been introduced is the student was not knowing why he want to know this anatomy, why he should learn this. He was not knowing. And so they want to tell the student that you are learning this because you need at that particular, that is application. Relevance and application was required in that context. So the goal of early clinical exposure is to tell them context and relevance. This is what they have to be told even in anatomy. So the context and relevance can be done in three areas. One is we can do it in the classroom, we can do it in the hospital, we can do it in community setting. Then when it came to application, we need not be afraid of this or get scared of this, because in classroom we were doing, it is not a new thing, it is only a new wine in the old bottle. So we know that we are teaching, we used to teach applied anatomy. When we were students, we used to read a separate book called Applied Anatomy McGregor. So the same thing is now official and incorporated into the regular classroom. So we are doing classroom early clinical exposures during that time also in the name of applied anatomy. Right? Now we are going to do it as early clinical exposure. But the concept of hospital and community setting has created some problems. That was one of the hurdles, because when you go to the hospital, what has to be taught is one question. Second, who has to teach is one question. Right? And if the hospital is at a different place, many colleges have in the same campus, but there are some colleges which has at more than 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers away. These are all hurdles while implementing. Aligning the objectives of early clinical exposure in hospital setting was a problem, because the objective or early clinical exposure is you are going to take to the patient for a surgical OP and teach them, show them a case of thyroid and tell them what is the relevance of knowing anatomy and what is the relevance of knowing biochemistry and physiology of the thyroid. When it gets enlarged, how it looks like. These were the objectives. But what happened if this student goes there and is handed over to the clinician? What happened? Clinicians started telling treatment of multinodular goiter. So these objectives are taking them to the hospital, and the objectives which are taught were not same. This is one of the major problems. And coordination and cooperation of the clinical people, because clinical faculty thinks that seeing the patients and treating the patients is their primary duty. Some first year students have come, what should I teach? That is the attitude. So what are the solutions for them? The solution for these problems is faculty awareness, faculty development program. So in CISP 3, that is curriculum implementation support program, all the participants need to be from the clinical side. So what we call it as phase 3 MBBS. The words preclinical, paraclinical, clinical have been abolished. Please don't use those words, because new curriculum doesn't have those words. New curriculum has only first MBBS, second MBBS, third MBBS. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. There is nothing called preclinical. Everything is clinical only. And we need to have an administrative support from the principal's office. That is, when students are taken to early clinical exposure, don't think that it is the responsibility of the anatomy or physiology biochemistry professor to take them. It is the responsibility of surgery, medicine and gynec professors also to teach them. What to teach? It has to come to from the office of the principal or dean or administrative officer to teach them. And another problem which was faced by the pre or first year students are that aligning with the other departments. Large batch is there, 150, how to take to the hospital. So the solution for this is you can divide them into small batches and you have to align. See, for example, I take students for the OP, surgery OP. I show them thyroid. So it should be early clinical exposure for anatomy, physiology, biochemistry. So all the three subjects have to be covered. That has to be aligned with among the first year MBBS faculty. Suppose if I take to medicine and show them one jaundice case, there again jaundice case, anatomy should be told, physiology, biochemistry has to be coordinated. So you should coordinate with the other subjects of the same batch, same phase. Another problem which has cropped up is time constraint. Earlier there were 90 hours for early clinical exposure, telling that 3 hours every time you have to take them. Why this 3 hours problem has come is to give time for the institutions where there is hospital is at a different location than the college. So they estimated like half an hour going there, 1.5 or 2 hours there, and half an hour coming back. So 3 hours they have kept it. But now total number of hours have been reduced from 90 to only 27 hours. Again they say, oh, from 27 only 27 hours, how to use those from 90 to 27 hours. What we can do is, we can use all these classroom hours. What we do is early clinical exposure as part of the classroom, because when we are starting a class, even when I do teach surgeries undergraduate, when we start teaching surgery, first slide will be embryology of the thyroid, anatomy of the thyroid. After that only thyroid proper diseases slides. Like that, in the classroom, when anatomy professors or physiology biochemistry, they can show a patient, they can show an X-ray, they can show the clinical relevance there. So by doing that, the number of hours exclusively separately meant for early clinical exposure need not be used completely. So we can compensate them by doing early clinical exposure in the classroom setting by every teacher, right? That is the solution for that. Then came the alignment and integration. This was a real challenge. What has happened? Actually there are a lot of advantages and disadvantages of that. I feel that alignment has done a lot of benefits for the personal lives of the faculty, because earlier they were not talking to each other. Actually, alignment and integration has come from the field of cognitive psychology. In cognitive psychology, they say the teaching is most effective when you tell the relevance and meaningful learning, when they match the way in which knowledge is used. See, when the knowledge is used in particular way, when you are teaching them, you also have to tell in that particular way. It is when it is readily applicable. Then only it is very effective. You give knowledge somewhere, ask him to apply somewhere after 2 years, it is not very effective. So from this cognitive psychology, it has been derived the purpose, and they want to give a unified view of medicine, surgery, gynec, pediatrics, microbiology, pathology as applied to the patient treatment. That was the main purpose of doing this. And there are different levels of integration. As mentioned by Dr. Hardin, right from isolation to transdisciplinary, I know that we all can't climb all the 11 steps. Even the medical council is told that you need not climb all the 11 steps. If you are somewhere in middle, in between, it's okay. So they also mentioned that you go up to the level of sharing temporal coordination, that is enough. Right? I'm not going to go into all the steps now, because all of you know it. Alignment part, yes, it has been done by most of the colleges. What is alignment is the same subject is taught in all the time frame. It has been done, I know that. The problem came with only integration. Integrate means, really integration has tested our patient, our interpersonal relations. If one doctor, one HOD comes and tells me that he cannot do integration, that means he is a non-communicator, introvert, and sitting in his room and locking himself in the department, not allowing everyone to go. The days were there, no, when the HOD of anatomy sees you going to physiology, You are in the bad books of them. So these things have been broken by this integration. It has done a lot of good for us, and we started talking to each other. We need to talk now. Now it is a positive point. If you go to physiology or biochemistry, the anatomy person will give you positive points now. So coordination between the departments have to be done. And I know that there are people who don't agree for the change of sequence of topics, because I know in anatomy you have to still stuck to upper limb, lower limb, thorax, abdomen, like that. They don't want to teach thorax first, because biochemistry people or physiology people want to teach cardiovascular system, and if you tell anatomy people to start thorax disease, they won't start. They want to start upper limb, lower limb, then only. So these things are there. So we have to still talk to the departments and do some alignment. And very important is this, there is one committee called alignment committee, or if you say it is as curriculum committee, it has to come in and make a timetable. This has come from the university also. If you remember, in the initial days, university has given direction what has to be taught in first 3 months in anatomy, in physiology, in biochemistry. So these problems have been sorted out to most of the extent. Alignment part, I don't think there is any problem now as per today, but integration part you have to share with the other colleges, other departments, and for that the faculty development programs have to be attended by all the faculty members, right? And next, this is about alignment and integration. Then came electives. Electives were first time, because that batch has come to electives now, which was admitted in 2019. And why they have put electives? Electives' primary objective was to give diverse learning experiences. Diverse learning, and to do research in projects to stimulate inquiry, self-directed learning, experiential learning, lateral thinking. See, the thought process is very good, because you are always in the confines of the medical college, locked in that. Now electives gives you the opportunity to fly into any world of your choice. Go anywhere, learn anything, and write down what you have learned. But I felt personally I am very in favor of electives, because it develops lateral thinking, it develops what you want to do. So the guidelines were issued first 1 month at the end of third MBBS, and regular, and these are the guidelines which have already been announced in the book. Block 1, Block 2. Block 1 is basic sciences, Block 2 you can give in any other specialties, and there won't be full time, because this is full time, no clinical postings in Block 2. Block 1 you have clinic. Now, what are the challenges? The first challenges faced is identifying the learning experience. What are the topics for electives? Although NMC has given a list of things in the book, that learning laboratory, pathology, but this is only a guidelines. You cannot give like electives in pathology. People started giving, looking at this book, people started giving, your electives are pathology, your electives microbiology. You can't give that. That is not the purpose. It has happened, I am telling you. I have gone to some colleges, I have seen the colleges, I have seen the people. Sir, we have given elective anatomy, sir. We have given elective in microbiology. But so this is the main problem. Each institution will develop its own mechanism for allocation of electives and student counseling sessions to help students to choose electives. And what is the regulation says? First thing, you have to choose the topic. Then you have to put it in the notice board. You should allow the students to choose the electives, because electives, if you are giving the electives and posting them, it is not called as electives. Electives is the one which student has to choose. For that, you have to display what are the available electives in your institution in the notice board. Let the students choose that. That is the correct procedure, and we have done that. It is possible to do. No, don't tell me not done. Many colleges have done that. So, how does to choose these topics? Can the departments be an electives, like Department of XY? Or I have seen some people giving diseases, electives in hypertension, elective diabetes. How can that be possible? Some people gave a technique like arthroscopy electives. Can it be done? So, what needs to be done is we have to sit with first curriculum committees. There should be a subcommittee for that. and we should have workshop. We have conducted workshop for all the faculty members to choose how to choose an elective, how to prepare an elective. And department-wise meetings, so we can sit with each department. For example, we have orthopedics, sit with them, how electives can be given, how selectives should not be part of the syllabus which MBBS students are already doing, right? So, for example, someone gave electives as first aid. See, first aid is part of them. How can you give electives in that? Some gave basic courses like resuscitations, etc., NICU postings like that. So, whichever is part of their syllabus, you cannot give electives, right? And specialty clinics you can go. Doing research projects, you take out all the ICMR research projects, in that you will find electives. You can give one of the ICMR research projects as they are allowed, right? Now, collaboration with external resources, very important. We have done a lot of it. And whether it could be private or other fields. For example, we have, first time after we are trying to implement electives, we have entered with MOU with CDFD. We sent our student to Central for Diagnostic and Fingerprint Detection Diagnostics. We have entered MOU and we have sent them. We have sent our students to IIIT because they are developing from 3D model for teaching anatomy, right? We have sent our students to AIG for intervention radiology, intervention cardiology. We have sent the students to intervention cardiology for AIG. And we have our own sister institutions like JBIT, Institute of Technology. We have sent our students there for artificial intelligence in medicine. So, like that, we had all the electives. We have put it on the notice board. And there was a problem because most of the students choose, out of 50 students were choosing about only one topic. So, at that time, again, we have to apply some tiebreaker like a marks scored by them or something like that. And we should also have a counseling session for the students. We have done that because they should know what they are expecting from them, right? Everyone thinks there is something great about it. Then preceptors in the host, this is also a challenging job. We have to identify one person who will take care of our students when they come to their institutions. Like in all these institutions, we have identified the, right, preceptors. And out of the states, electives are possible, but it is difficult. You have to take permission from NMC before doing that. What are the key steps to be successful electives is planning the learning experience. You have to define what is the objective of your sending the student there. For example, artificial intelligence. It is such a wide topic. So you have to first write down, sit with the preceptor or the person from that institution, and we have written the objectives before sending them. Identify the preceptors and timetable of activities. For example, you are sending them 15 days. What 15 days they are going to do? And is there any prerequisite preparation for that? Suddenly you are posting them. So we have sent people to that Center for Diagnostic of Fingerprint Technology. So before going there, what our students have to read and go? Preparation for that. These are all very key things for the success of the electives, you know. List of learning resources, provision for immersive experiences, they will allow you. I have sent students to one of the centers which was doing robotic surgery in Hyderabad. So, will they allow them inside? Will they make them feel that? So, one of my students is now leading a robotic surgeon in Hyderabad. So, I sent our students, he made them sit in the console and do that. So, that immersive experience, whether they are giving or not, they are. And logbook entries and program events. These are the key points for electives to be successful. And we have made a checklist. We have modified the checklist which is given by NMC, and we implemented it. We have done it very well only, and we have block-wise checklists like this. We have taken feedback from the students. It was very good. They enjoyed the electives. And when we have taken the feedback, they have given very good feedback. I think next year we are going to improve on these electives because they are seeing more areas of electives than we were seeing. This time we are going to introduce these things which they have suggested. They wanted medical journalism as electives, which we never imagined, you know. They asked space medicine. They asked sports medicine. See, these are the suggestions which has come from the students after doing electives. They said, we don't know that electives will be like this. Otherwise, I would have gone to sports medicine. Otherwise, I would have gone here. Now it is our burden to find out where we can teach these things to them. Right? So like that, I think electives is being implemented in all the institutions. I think we have to improve that level of teaching. By our experience, we will know. In future, I think we will improve electives. Another most difficult thing which has come to us is student doctor method of clinical, which has scored the lowest marks in the implementation. Most difficult part. Because there is the concept about what is this. What is this student doctor? The student doctor is, actually we were doing this, if I can express it in Telugu, I will tell you, we used to, whenever you get, first day when you got MBBS seat, in our life, people used to, pilla doctor, chinna doctor, pilla doctor used to be labeled to medical students at that time. The same concept, you treat him as a student doctor, right? And ask him to do everything what you are doing, like into the apprenticeship, ask him to do everything what you are doing in a supervised way. That is. So what is the purpose of this student doctor method is, you have to give a longitudinal immersive learning experience in the patient care of the student in a supervised setting. What is this longitudinal immersive? Longitudinal means from the time of admission to discharge and follow-up also. What happens, usually students will come to OP, then they come to ward, then come to OT. They don't connect all these patients at a time. They see something in OP, something in OT, something. So longitudinal experience means we should take the student through all the phases, like outpatient you have to show them, admissions you have to show them, management and counseling, discharge, follow-up advice, treatment, counseling, investigations, treatment, procedures, prognosis, delivering bad news, everything you will be part of it. And that patient you will follow up. This is longitudinal. Second was immersive experience, which looks like this. You should be part of it. And it should be supervised. You cannot leave him like that. So it should be supervised. There are the three important things. If you come to the concept, don't get scared. How can we give students all this immersive experience? How can you give students are we not doing for PGs now? What we are doing PGs is, we are in a graded manner. First day PG, we will give some outpatient cases, dressings, you go and do dressings under supervision, like that. So similar thing in a smaller scale we can do for UGs. And another important constraint, barrier is faculty. How can 3 or 4 faculty who are present can take care of the students? So many, 20 students are. So the probable answer we can get is utilize junior doctors, like that. Suppose if we in our college we have 8 PGs in surgery, 8 into 3, 24 junior doctors, PGs are there in a given time in our department. And we have surgeons also. So, and senior residents. All these junior doctors can be utilized as a individual mentors for each of the UGs. So you give one UG, one PG, one case, and let both of them go do. And I think PGs are very good teachers if you give them responsibility, right? Then there is a clash between these theory classes, because the regulation says they have to be in the ward till 6 p.m. but there are already classes scheduled for them. So the regulation also says that you should not disturb the theory classes. So whenever it is possible, you can ask them to continue here when they don't have theory classes. So this has to be adjusted according to the possible requirements, right? I don't know if the time permits. Already I have taken 40 minutes. Another thing is assessment, which has been introduced, and another new word has come in between is continuous internal assessment. What is that? So nothing to get worried about it. This is the framework where we have to do depending upon the level which we are going to assess. And if you want a diagrammatic way, the continuous form internal assessment should go on like this. That means in every class, we can give 2 or 3 objective type of questions at the end of the class and term it as formative assessment, right? What we have done in our timetable is, even in the university timetable which was circulated, mentions that 1 hour we give internal or formative assessment on Monday morning. Because why we done this is, if you keep internal assessment, the first thing student does is, the one day before that is going to bunk the class and sit and home and read. That is the commonest, typical student reaction. That's why we have put it in on Mondays, allowing him to bunk the class on Sunday. So Monday, if you give internal assessment, they can sit and read at home, and they have to write on Monday. Like on rotation, like one Monday it will be pharmacology, one Monday microbiology, one Monday pathology, like that. So the department will get every 1 month that hour. But for students, it will be continued. And see, depending upon the requirements, you can change it. It is not a mandatory. There are already in our college also students came and represented to me, sir, only Sunday we have to relax, sir. Otherwise, we will get burnt out if you do like this for us. So that is the representation from students. You think and do that, right? So, and the NMC has given a table-like thing which shows how to do the continuous internal assessment theory, and in which this is flexible again. The department has to make its own timetable, because in which PCT is mentioned here. PCT means part completion test. This is part completion test applies usually for anatomy. So physiology, biochemistry people can modify this and do. Lot of things are there in internal assessment, which includes museum study, library assignments, attendance, etc. This has to be modified for the department. So I think because I have taken already 40 minutes are over, I'll stop here for any questions to. ATCOM is another area, and the skills lab has revolutionized the way we are teaching skills lab, and every college now has a beautiful skills lab. The only issue now is how to use it. The infrastructure is well developed. Now how we are going to use the skills lab, right? Where is it a plastic model, or it is a mannequin, whole environment, or the screen type of things, and virtual reality, human animal dissectionals, all have come. And finally, there was little disturbances when they disturbed the schedule. This was in 2019, they gave first year to 14 months. In 2011, it has 21, it has been made 11.5 months. And in 2022, they were 13 months. Now again 12. See, no one here to be blamed, because this was done as a result of pandemic, which has disturbed the classes. Now they want to restore back to normal, and they wanted to save some hours, some years to the students. Otherwise, if they don't do this, the 2019 batch will come out in 2026, because they lost 2 years. So to prevent that, some adjustments will be done, no one to be blamed. But finally now we are settled in 2023. We have 12 months, 11 months, 1 month, and 18 months, 12 months. Now let us settle there. Let us follow the latest one. This is the August release, which shows the latest one. We are all going to follow that. So in summary, what are the important strategies to meet the turbulence of the competency-based education is, number one is faculty development and training. Because it is like our car or a bus, whether you have Maruti car or a Benz car, that doesn't make any difference, but it is the driver which is important. The driver can make accident in a Benz car or a Maruti car also. Who is the driver? Driver is the faculty. So if you have very good faculty who feels that, yes, it is essential, I have to do, they can do it. If the faculty feels that, oh, it's not possible, it is really not possible, right? Suppose small group days, we don't have place for small group days. So we can, in a big room, we can make 10 chairs and do a small group discussion. If you really don't have place, you can put it in a corridor, 10 chairs, and do that. So, of course, I agree that you need a support from the administrators, but if a passionate person is there, he can do that. So, faculty development program and faculty understanding the purpose. As I gave you so many examples, I have seen early clinical exposure patient students being taken to the clinician started telling treatment of myocardial infarction, treatment of hemiplegia. See, here the student has been taken and shown a case of hemiplegia to tell only the relevance of anatomy and nerve tracts, to tell them how the hemiplegia can result and how they can find out what is the lesion by knowing the anatomy. But I have seen people teaching treatment of hemiplegia there. So the faculty is most important. Faculty development program, adequate infrastructure and resources, of course, they are essential. At academic support system. So, for example, you want to do integration class, who has to support you? So, curriculum committee, principal has to give a circular that yes, this is integration class, all of you should come there. Design and standard assessment timetables. Ensure stakeholders, please engage all the people. See, if you put a integration program for all first phase, second phase, 3 phase MBBS and don't inform anyone, no one is going to come to you. So please talk to them, all this, including the students. Especially when we have done electives, we have to talk a lot with the students, right? Investing in technology and simulation centers, yes. Today we are going to talk a lot about this technology introduction. We do use it because at the end of at the beginning of the classroom, we can give one Google form and ask them to give 4 or 5 questions. Everyone can answer through that cell phones. And at the end of the class, again you can release 5 questions and ask them to fill it up. So using technology in day-to-day life improves a lot of implementation of this program and formative evaluation. At the end of the class, the teacher himself knows how many students have understood or not understood, right? And adopting the evolving needs, whichever there is a need, we have to adopt. So those are the key points. And I sincerely thank NMC and informal survey we have done and participants of the survey, I thank them, and curriculum implementation task force in which I was a member, and Department of Medical Education and the articles through which I have gone through. Thank you, sir. If there are any questions, I will take. So that I have completed now in 45 minutes given to me.
Thank you, sir, for that very interesting session, navigating the turbulence of CBME, starting with the journey and the introduction of the history behind the efforts for starting the CBME and deliberating about all the new initiatives under that. I just have a question for you. Like in the foundation course, most of the topics are, as you said, comfortable to the faculty. But coming to the disability competence and cultural competence, perhaps NMC, as you said, it's a live document, a little more guidance on what should be covered on that could be put in the interest of the...
This year, we have given disability competence to a orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Murthy, this competence, and they have done a very good job. Orthopedic surgeon has done that for us in our college, disability. Yes. See, another thing is, not all colleges need to have guidance for everything from NMC. NMC says that you do this, so they believe in us. What we do, they're giving too many guidances also. What is happening? There are people who are telling NMC, see, what is the job NMC is, the daily they should come and take attendance for the classes or what. So, NMC, I agree that wherever you need guidance, you have to look at NMC. And disability thing also has come up, and this is a new thing which has been introduced. I think it may take some time before you settle down in that, right? Yes, ma'am. And please take up help of orthopedic surgeons. They have a lot of literature on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, and for the very comprehensive session. And if there are no further questions on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to thank Dr. P.V. Chalam, sir, and close the session today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
May I now request our Chief Mentor, sir, to please felicitate Dr. P.V. Chalam, sir. Sir, I request the chairpersons also to please come home. Chalam, sir. Sir, a small request. Can you please give out the mementos to the chairpersons, please? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So we'll just... sorry, sir. Can we all just break for a quick tea break? 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes, please. Tea is available outside. For all the faculty who have registered, students, please sit back. Guest speaker to us then.
Good afternoon. In the next talk in our morning session is about the new age learner. To enrich our knowledge about this new age learner, we have an eminent speaker, Dr. Chetna Desai, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, BJ Medical College from Ahmedabad. She is a very devoted teacher and a devoted to the medical education also. And she has been associated with the health profession education since 2007. And she has been a resource person for various organizations and various places. She is a resource person for mainly ACME, National Medical Council, and FIMR Regional Institute, etc. She has completed her FIMER competency education, and she is a member of the National Medical Commission expert group, and she is in the Undergraduate Medical Education Board in the NMC, and she is the member of the subgroup committee for pharmacology. And she has been resource person for the Indian medical, exclusively for the developing the prescribing skills, and she has been resource person in this regard for Indian Council of Medical Research. She has served as the chief editor for the Indian Journal of Pharmacology. Prior to that, she was associate editor also for that. And she regularly contributes her question to the question bank, to the National Board of Examinations. She's been actively associated with the government of Gujarat in the form of being a member of task force in medical education, and as once she served as general manager, Gujarat Medical Services Corporation. Presently, she is the president-elect for Academy of Health Professions Education, and she is the Secretary International for Indian Pharmacological Society. And she is bestowed with many awards, out of whom Dr. S.B. Pandey Award, Pandey Oration, and Dr. P.K. Kaur Memorial Oration, and Dr. N.N. Datta Prize, and Dr. S.C. Verma Memorial Prize, all these from the Indian Pharmacological Society and Odisha chapter of IPS, etc. And she has 86 publications to her credit. And here, Dr. Chetna Desai to address us. Welcome.
My engaging learners out there are vacant seats. Please call them back. I'll be like a classroom teacher. A very good afternoon to all of you. And yeah, it's just on a light note. It's fine. Huge thanks to the organizers of this conference, Dr. Lalita ma'am, for thinking me suitable for this conference, which has a very nice, attractive theme. And she told me, anything of your choice, take your own choice. And I thought not any better choice than this particular topic, especially that would go with the theme. Also, why I chose this particular topic is lately, in the past 4 or 5 years, we as teachers have been facing these challenges of engaging our students in the classrooms. It is a Herculean task, and given the way CBME has been designed now, it becomes even more mandatory that the students are engaged in the class. And when I went into the depth of what is engagement and how it is to be done, we realized that it is simply not, it's just more than just keeping students active or working in the class. So these finer nuances of engagement, why we need to, what basically is engagement, why we should try to engage our learners, and how we should try to engage our learners is going to be the core of my talk today. And here, deliberately, I have not used the word student. Highly engaged. I hope they'll come back. So, I have deliberately not used this particular term student because to me, we all are learners. And when I say any of these techniques, we all are going to use these techniques at one point or the other. And hence, most of my talk will be, if I by mistake say student, please understand it as learner. So what are we going to see? We are going to see what is learner engagement. Why do we need to engage the new generation learners? That's again, so many gens are coming, X and this and that. And I think it is faster than the XDR tuberculosis and MDR tuberculosis. We are getting new terminologies. By the time I understand one terminology, the next one is in place. Then what are the high and low risk techniques within and outside the classroom that can be used to engage our learners? How we could use e-technology and social media. I'm not going to touch a lot upon this given the constraint of the time. And secondly, I have seen the other lectures. I think there's a lot of detailing about that from other speakers as well. And thirdly, I feel that these social media, e-technology are best learned by doing rather than narrating. So I'll just be talking about them. What are the obstacles, barriers, concerns, and solutions when we are talking about engaging with learners? And last but not the least, if we have time, maybe some of the experience sharing can be done. So these are a few core learning terms that we'll be trying to understand. Of course, this particular gathering definitely knows what is pedagogy. And innovation also we know. That is any new method or an idea or a product. And what is learner engagement? It's the involvement of the minds of all the learners with that which is to be learned. And here the emphasis is involvement, emphasis is on all the learners, not just one or two or half or 70% of your class. And here the students, learners, do and think about the things that they are doing. So here there's another terminology that is coming up is doing. When we say engagement, the learners are going to do something. All right. Now, why exactly do we need this learner engagement? Is it just because NMC tells us? No. After all, NMC is also comprised of some learned people, advisors, who are going to think and say something that, needs to be done. NMC is a body. So, obviously there was a felt need to, about engaging learners. And this is not a concept just for medical students. If all of the young parents these days know how much you have to work for preparing projects for your children or posters for your children or collecting all the cartoon characters and so on and so forth. And mostly it's the mothers who do it, I think so, at home. But eventually what we think of that is a project or something that the students are required to do. When we were students, we never had all that. It was just like books, read, underline, rote learning. Correct? Anybody in my age group? I will not mention my age. Okay. These days, students are less patient. Of course, they went out. I'm not pointing to them. They had some other thing to do. But we know our students are less patient. You all agree? Yes. More distracted. Yes. I have to keep your attention. Otherwise, soon you will be looking into your mobiles. I hope they're all switched off. They don't have wonderful college. Yes, social media, I think, is one reason why this distraction is there. Of course, there are other reasons as well. And also, let us talk about the positives. They like multiple approaches to learning. It's not just textbooks anymore. They would like to look at different approaches to learning, how they can learn. They are more competitive in nature. I think by the time they come to first MBBS, they know that they want to become a cardiologist or XYZ. I never knew. Okay? And so much more. Let us take these as positive attributes of the learners rather than something that we have to face as a challenge and go with them. Lot of the teachers nowadays lament, oh, students are not attending classes, they are learning marrow, they are doing this, doing that. I said, let us look at marrow, what it is. Why is it that they like marrow better than us? and let us adapt to that newer strategies, you know. So the new learning strategies would be something that would require a personalized learning. I'm not talking of personalized tuitions, but something where an attention is given to a student, each and every student. It provides not just education but edutainment, right? It adds an emotional element to what you are learning or teaching, and it shows relevance. This, I think, I have experienced is most important. If you do not teach your students what is relevant, they will not make any attempt to learn. How much ever you prepare lovely lectures, etc., but if it doesn't gel with their neat preparation, they will just come. Or if it doesn't gel with their examination syllabus, they will not bother to learn. So I'm not saying that we should encourage that, but definitely we should appreciate and understand this fact whenever we design our learning lessons, teaching lessons, all right? So this is our new age learner, all of you. The new age learners and the engagement of learners is a lot based on this Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence. I don't know how many of you have heard about this, but we are going beyond simply acquiring knowledge by reading books, which some of us are very good at. Some of us are having photographic memory. We remember things so well. But there are variety of learners, variety of intelligences which learn by different methods. So this gentleman from Harvard University, he had actually said that there are different types of intelligences, and what is important is that the teacher should not teach the same material to the entire class. Rather, they should individualize the instruction by identifying students' strengths and weaknesses. Easier said than done. In classes of 150, 250, you are not going to check how each and every student is going to learn. There are questionnaires for that. There are questionnaires to find out the type of intelligence the student is having. But instead of having a single way of delivering a class, we can try multiple approaches so that you are addressing the needs of different types of amalgamation of the students that you're having in your class. That's the most you can do. And if you have opportunity to do small group teaching, or you have an opportunity to have individualized teaching learning, like in cases of poor performers, at that time this becomes even more important, all right? So we should be aware about this also. And this is not exactly, but quite the scenario in most of the medical colleges. Am I right? 250, my college, since so many years. We split our batches, but not everybody does it, right? And this is becoming the scenario even more, yes. In this scenario, whether it is our country, which is now the most populated in the world, or it is our classrooms, the main core person, the engine driver, is lost in the crowd. Does it not happen? It happens to the teachers also. We are overwhelmed by the numbers of teachers, students, learners. We are overwhelmed by the amount of teaching or content that we have to give, and now overwhelmed by the various methods by which we are required to, deliver this content. And hence, of course, we have the faculty development programs, but this is the scenario right now. And yet, we continue with this lecturing. Don't we? Majority of us, right? And it has so many drawbacks. All of us have done faculty development program. Anybody who has not done faculty development program? I'm sure everybody has done. I'm not talking of the students, the persons here. So we do know what are the drawbacks of a didactic lecture, right? And we know that as per the Miller's pyramid, we do not go beyond maybe knows how. shows house तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता है lectures में, ठीक है? तो and also we are not addressing the individual strengths and weaknesses of the students. All learners are treated at par. And one more moot point is about the attention span. We all know this, but we don't really appreciate this when we are taking our lectures, that the attention span is highest in the initial 10 minutes it becomes higher. Students tell me, am I right? At the end of the class, when you somewhere realize that the class is going to end. True, true. Now, how can you, and in the middle there is a, you can actually see the Tom and Jerry's eyes closing down, you know. Isn't it? Not your fault, but don't use it as an excuse. It is physiological. So when you hear the same similar content being delivered to you in a monotonous manner, it is difficult for you to focus your attention. It happens with everybody. But don't use it as an excuse, right? What is important for the faculty to know is that we can actually use this knowledge or this information to curate our lectures or to plan our lectures in such a way that we introduce some activities during that time when the students are likely to, learner is likely to lose their attention. Also, when their attention is highest, that is at the beginning of the lecture and towards the end, we actually use that time to introduce a topic and lastly summarize the topic. So if somebody is telling, make your lectures like this, there's a scientific reason behind that. This is how we actually teach. We used to. Let us hope we are not doing it now. And not allowing the students to talk at all. A silent class is considered to be a very good class. All old thoughts. But what actually happens is this, right? And maybe this. Our students are so happy. Now, what is the, but then on our defense, what we all tell, I have taught, I have taken the class. What's the big problem? Students are like this, they don't learn, etc., etc. So when you talk of curriculum, practically there are we talk of three types. One is what is known as the intended curriculum. Second is the implemented curriculum, that is the one which is actually delivered by the teacher. But what is perhaps we are neglecting is the attained curriculum, the content actually learned by the students. And somehow what actually happens is, we know about this attained curriculum only in our formative and summative exams. So good thing is that now we have increased the formative assessment now, so we will know whether the curriculum has been attained or not. But otherwise, earlier we used to know it only at the end of everything, and by the time the students have already left your face, right? So we should make an attempt to see that we evaluate our students continuously for the third for the attained curriculum as well. And this is a sorry part of our whole way of doing things, that although the passive teaching methods, amongst them is the lecture, which is actually on the top. Average retention rate is only 5%, but it comprises nearly 60 to 70% of your teaching method. Am I right? Yes. Similarly, the other passive teaching methods like reading or audiovisual, using some audiovisual aids too. Again, they do not have very good average retention rates as compared to participatory teaching methods like practicing by doing, discussion groups, and like today our respected sir said that teaching others. Teach students to teach others. When you teach others, what you do, you first of all make an attempt to learn. You own up the responsibility to learn. When I wanted to take this topic, I must have read several, articles, I've gone into the depths, and then I'm delivering this 40 minutes lecture. It's a natural instinct that we have. So when you have to teach, it's a responsibility that is there. Plus, when you are sharing information, you are reinforcing whatever you already know. So this somehow should also be included as a part of our learning strategy. So what are the different ways in which we should enhance learner engagement, why we should do it, and a few techniques maybe. Now again, just to reinforce, the involvement of the minds of the learners with that which is to be learned is considered to be, is known to as learner engagement. This is a definition. Definitions are always complex. So let us see what is happening here. Basically, you are not receiving the information passively. Rather, you are playing with the information, trying to imbibe it into you by various techniques, right? So, all learning except for rote memorization requires active involvement of the learner. Students, do you know what is rote memorization? Very good, right? I think we can skip this for want of time, it's not very important. But these are the levels of student engagement. Now this particular next 3 to 4 slides are for the students. We have different types of student engagement, levels of student engagement. In a class of 150 or a class of 250, I told you there are students of varying intelligences. Today, go back home, all the students, and try to find out where you fit in. Do you fit in as a auditory learner or a kinesthetic learner or a naturalistic learner, etc., etc. You can just Google it, it's all there. So I didn't go into the details. But in a class, a faculty or a teacher would want to identify the different levels of student engagement before attempting to make or adopt some techniques. Now, obviously, from the red to the green, there are different 5 levels have been defined the world all over. Let us look at the characteristics of each of these. Starting with the rebel. I won't read it, just go through it, try to understand it. It's very simplistic. Do you think you have anybody in your class who is like this? Remember, rebels are not always bad. Some rebels, in fact, are geniuses. Most of the inventions in the world happened because those people were rebels, did not go as per the conventional norms. But when it is a class, they can be disruptive. That's for us teachers to know. But we need to identify them, whether this rebellion is going to help the student or not help the student. Just sharing an experience we had 2 days ago. We had a PhD scholar, we have the research progress meetings. And one of the PhD scholars, he was brilliant, he is brilliant rather, and in his thesis he got some comments from external review, which he did not agree. He thought that he had done it very nicely, and he actually did it nicely, but reviewer had other thoughts. And so he sent his comments and said that you do it this way. Now instead of working on that, he felt diffident. No, I have done it so well, how come this is wrong? I said, okay, you may be right, you may be wrong, that's besides the point, you complete your PhD, man. Otherwise your intelligence is not going to be of any use. So these are the rebellions, but majority of the rebels, if you see, would need some sort of guidance so that at least, whether we like it or not, scores are important. You have to get that minimum internal marks and need scores, etc. So they will need a special type of attention. Second, again challenging for all the teachers, is those who are retreatist. They do minimal classwork or homework, frequently absent or tardy, and wish you could rather leave them alone. I call them dreamers. Then the passive compliant, that's the majority of the learners are this. Passively, they'll do whatever you ask them to do, but they will not make any extra efforts. They just want to pass your class. They want to complete the attendance, and they will avoid volunteering for anything. And unfortunately, majority of the students are of this type. Then there are the ritual engagers, who are a little bit way above the classic compliant ones, who will want to learn and earn an A and B grades. They will volunteer to get the extra points, extra credit opportunities they will take. But after that, it stops. They will forget after the class is over. They'll prepare for the next class. So we highly, that's why we call them as ritual, engagers. And the last is the one which could be the blue-eyed children for us, are the authentic engagers, who have all the characteristics of ritual engagers, but one additional characteristic being that they think and talk about your class long after the period has ended, and that is out of genuine interest, right? So that is perhaps that 1% of the students. Now, when we are talking about engaging learners, it is very important for us to identify the type of intelligence they have, as well as the type of level of engagement they are showing, they are exhibiting. And our aim should be to take them to the next higher level, obviously not the lower one. Okay, and students back, try to become ritualistic at least, and best is if you're authentic learners, then we'll be very happy. Now, why learner engagement? We talk so much about learner engagement, but if you look at the amount of efforts that need to be put in, then sometimes we think, is it really worth it? So, there's a lot of research that has been done, but there's one particular paper which says that the amount of information retained by students declines substantially after 10 minutes that we talked about. And also that the research comparing the lecture versus discussion techniques show that the retention of information, problem solving, thinking, change in the attitudes, motivation for further learning is better when we use engaging techniques than by simply delivering the same content through a didactic lecture. I think this is a known fact. Then you may ask me that what is active learning strategies? Is it just a noise in the class? Many people think that the more the noise, the more activity going on, students running from here to there, means the students are actively engaged. No. Right? So here we say there is less emphasis placed on simply transmitting the information. Students are involved and engaged in various types of activities beyond reading, but they are also discussing, sometimes even writing. When we say engagement, we say learner engages in different ways. Learner can engage with the teacher, learner can engage with another learner, and the learner can engage with the books also. Books are the resources. So there are different types of engagement that can occur. They are always involved in higher order thinking. The type of order of thinking that we are focusing on these days is mostly knowledge. Gain knowledge, gain knowledge. What is the definition of this? What is the differential diagnosis of this? What are the types of this? Etc., etc., etc. What are the causes of dehydration? Blah, blah, blah. What is the drug therapy of hypertension? But why beta blockers are used in hypertension? What happens if you use a beta blocker in treatment of a hypertension in diabetic patient? That what, why, how? That is something that needs to be now focused on when we say we want to engage the learners, right? We need to develop their higher orders of thinking. Another good point about the engagement is that the student or the learner would receive immediate feedback from their instructor or facilitator if the technique is rightly implemented. And nowadays, with the ATCOM in place, there's also greater emphasis being placed in developing skills, right attitudes, and the values. All right? So how do we do it? Very easy to talk about do this and do that, but how? Well, as I told you earlier also, that since this is not a workshop, several of these techniques cannot be really demonstrated, but we just more like a sort of sensitization of what can be done, and maybe if you find something interesting, you can get into the depths of it and try to actually do it. So whenever we think about engaging students, we look at some important things. One is, of course, what we already discussed is the attention span. Second is, what is the material available with us? What are the resources available with us? Third is, to what level we can take the engagement. Of course, it depends upon the learners also. We cannot think of very high risk engagement techniques in a class which is still a beginner. Then the engagement might fail. It will be a flop show, right? So we'll need to look at all these points. But whenever you have these engaging techniques, especially in large group teaching, like a large group like this, for example, then this graph needs to be remembered by all of us, right? Right from the beginning to end, we plan certain techniques for engaging our students, and the techniques need to be pre-planned. I can't simply walk into a classroom and, hey, today I'm going to try questioning. Today I'm going to try bus sessions. No. Which technique I'm going to try, for which particular content, and at what time or what point of my lecture. That has to be done earlier, decided earlier. At the same time, be prepared for something untoward, or maybe the students are not responding at all. Then what do? So have a backup plan also. So actually, active learning techniques or engagement techniques are difficult to plan and implement. If somebody says that, yes, I fully agree. But if you look at the efforts versus outcome, then all the effort is worthwhile. All right? So we need to move from control-based teaching learning methods to learner control based methods. Are you aware of all of these techniques? Learner controlled and teacher controlled. Lecture is teacher controlled. Small group discussions, case-based discussions are more learner controlled. So I think you're aware of this. Secondly, we need to move from large group to small group and individual type of teaching learning methods. Recently, we had mentoring sessions in our department, and we usually take our attendance record with us in that small group, and then we check with the students, hey, your attendance in tutorials is good, practicals is good, lectures is poor. But then we do have 80 lectures or whatever as per the NMC, and we cannot do away with that. So we asked the students, what's wrong? Why are you not coming for lectures? They said after first 10-15 minutes, it becomes, we feel it's a waste of time. So again, this new generation thinks the time waste is a lot, Waste of time is a very good terminology you people use. I wonder what you do with your time. Okay? But yes, waste of time. So somewhere we need to make them, sort of appreciate that the time is not being wasted. Rather, we use the same time in a better manner. So we would like to have some more techniques like small group and individual. Could you think of any method by which the student is involved individually? No, any teaching learning method. Sorry? Self-directed learning, very good. Or we can give them some project to work on. It's more of a long-term longitudinal type of learning. Even mind mapping techniques, they said, is quite important. It's quite useful. Now, these are some of the techniques that can be used. I think you are all familiar with these terminologies. Have you used any of these techniques in your classes? Any of you have used these techniques? Which of these? I think OMPs are very common. Matias point? Yes. Concept maps. Role play? Role play lots. I think community medicine खास करके बहुत use करते. Even we have started using role play. And now with ATCOM coming in and communication skills being considered to be very important in patient care, I think role play has come in all the modules, majority of the modules in ATCOM as well. So role play is one more. And jigsaw is little complicated. Problem-based learning now being replaced by case-based learning. And nowadays the flipped classroom is considered to be another very, the in thing actually, So these are a few techniques. There are several. So we have several. On the left is the menu card, and you have to design your own. It's like an a la carte, not a buffet. So you have to decide what is best for you and what is best for your class. And one note of caution here is that please don't do something that you are comfortable with. Just because you are comfortable. Yes, that's the right thing in a way to do. But what is more important is it meeting the purpose of your class? Are the learners really learning? So that will come with experience and practice. You need to just try it out 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and then you know what works best. So these are some of the teaching methods to make your lectures interactive. I think all of you have used it. Questioning we have been using even before this terminology came into consideration. And I think Dr. Chalam had mentioned, Chalam sir has mentioned about questioning, using MCQs at the beginning of the class and at the end of the class. That is also one more way of doing it. And whatever you do, ask yourself, when you take a class, did my student understand today's lesson? And simply saying yes because they nodded their heads is not enough. What evidence do I have? So if I have taken a Google sheet to, MCQs have been given, were they able to answer the questions? Were there any questions that the whole class were not able to answer, right? So from that you will get a fair idea about whether they understood your class or not. And then after gathering this evidence, how can I better engage them tomorrow so that they begin to become more authentic learners? And then what is my plan? And this is what we call as backward lesson design, where you actually think about all this, you reflect on all this, and then you specify the apt learning teaching strategies taking into consideration the time allowed to you as well as dealing with the possible unforeseen. And I think the only a few unforeseen things that can happen when you are adopting these techniques is that for most important is the students or the learners will not engage. You want a bus session and then the students are sitting quietly, not even participating. And where we saw the definition of engagement is all learners need to be engaged. So that you have to think about it, how to, there's a lot of variables in this, so I think only experience will tell us what is best and what is not. So we were talking about simply a class appearing busy or compliant versus being actually engaged. So these are the attributes of a class which is actually engaged, where the teacher purposefully elicits all the students to solve a problem or develop a solution or create a tangible product without the option to opt out. You know, unlike in the group dynamics where there are some silent students, even in group discussions, we have some silent students, they're just sitting and watching their friends. Ye sab kya ho raha hai? But here we want them to, each one of them to be engaged. It involves students actively, not passively. We have minds and not just hands-on. So you're going to give them some complex mental tasks. It permits student choice and initiative. It requires student thinking and deep learning and offers multiple levels of challenge. And engagement is simultaneous, and continuous throughout the lesson. And last but not the least, you are also going to assess whether learning has happened or not. So one more negative point about or negative perception about engaging learners is that the teacher has nothing to do. The students are being active. Teacher kya karega? So is your role getting lesser? Are you losing control over your class? The answer to that is no. I'll come to that later. So these are a few techniques. I'm not going into the details of this for the want of time, but I think you all know about this. What is role play? What is mind mapping? What is case-based learning? What is project-based learning? Small group discussions, simulations, especially those institutions which have good skill labs or which have good facilities for simulations is really good. And smart boards nowadays, of course, they have literally replaced the blackboards, and that does help the students experience a deeper level of engagement and understanding, and the course content is made interactive and visual. We also, some of the institutions have electronic student response system. Unfortunately, our colleges don't have, but I know several private institutions do have this, and it has been proven to be really good in case the institution wishes. It's a good method to adopt. And then we, of course, the flipped classroom, of course, where you actually practice of assigning students didactic material traditionally covered in lectures, and then ask them to read it up. And then when they come to the class physically, you engage them with some active learning strategies. Give them a case to work on, give them a problem to work on, right? So the class is sort of flipped off, upside down, and the students' engagement begins even before the class has begun, physical class has begun. So this is nowadays considered to be another good strategy to teach our students. And of course, there is this blended learning where you use an amalgamation of online as well as offline techniques, on-site techniques, and this is given different names like technology-mediated instructions, web instructions, etc., etc. So many institutions have these learning management softwares also, like Moodle and Blackboard and Skillsoft and etc., etc., which have been found to be really useful. If at all we can get hold of it, nothing like it. And even if it is not there, please understand that our students are really good social media buffs. And studies have shown that not only in US, but even in our country, lot of students not just have Facebook accounts and WhatsApp accounts, but they use it for educational purpose. Many times we feel that they are onto social media and all of this as a waste of time. But actually the students use it for educational purposes as well. This was a study that was conducted in USA, and 59% of students who use social networking talk about education-related topics online. More than 50% talk specifically about schoolwork, and it will be interesting to know that some of the students also have developed blogs which they update regularly. So we can use this or we can sort of cash on this particular behavior, or let us say attribute of the students, modern age learner, new age learner, and try to see how these social media can be used. And I think the Google form is one very cute example of how we are using it nowadays for, using simple questionnaires, taking opinions, or giving MCQs to the students, etc. And the best example of this I think we had is during the COVID, when it actually became a sort of boon for us when we were taking online lectures for the students. And we used so many platforms, Zoom and this and that, and that time WhatsApp came into our, at our rescue. We were able to communicate with our students through WhatsApp. And nowadays, in I think most of all the institutions, the WhatsApp, every batch has a WhatsApp group, right? So these are some advantages of social media, and of course there are certain disadvantages, but obviously the disadvantages should not, we just have to be careful about these disadvantages. They should not, it does not mean that social media are bad. And this is a study carried out, published in Indian Association for Medical Informatics. We showed that 100%, nearly 100% of the students of MBBS, they have been using WhatsApp, and there is none of the students who are not on one or the other social media. So this is like a vote bank, right? So this is like you can cash on this particular attribute of the students on how social media can be used for educational purposes also. So there are other online methods also, like online quizzes can be used. How many of you are aware that we can build crosswords online? Crosswords? Yeah, so we have recently started in pharmacology. We actually, let us say we take respiratory system. So we build about some 15 or 20 questions, 15 questions and a crossword from that, and we give it to the students beforehand. And during the class, we not only see that they solve the crossword, but why that particular answer is correct. So that is in a way sort of trigger for further learning. So this can be created online very easily nowadays. We have Mentimeters, we have Kahoot and all of these which can be used. And apart from that, what you could do is, since there are several such methods, which one do I use? Which one should I not use? So maybe I had attended a workshop conducted by Dr. Siraj and his team. So they said that whenever you have different options, make a sort of grid. In that, think of what are the various tools you have in terms of human resources and machine resources, which can be used in class, in campus, and on the move. So in a way, it helps you to plan your methods or techniques of engagement. So this little exercise you can do for yourself. But whenever you use any technique, whether it is digital or non-digital, think of why we are using it, how are these resources being used to engage student learning, and also don't use any of these techniques without planning a debriefing or discussion after it has been used. Otherwise, it becomes a mere activity, right, without purpose. Always, when you go for the class, preview all the content. If you are using an online tool, test it before. In fact, today I have an online tool I could have used for all of you, but I haven't tested it and I'm not confident, so I'm not showing it. But this is very important, right? And utilize a variety of content. And last but not the least, of course, always have a non-technology backup plan, right? Now, last few slides, what are the challenges that we could face? There are some barriers and apprehensions about engaging students. Change any day is never welcome. We all like to be in our comfort zones. And when you want to come out from a change, make a change, then so many ifs and buts come up. What we would like to do always is that have an objective view about these various barriers that we are perceived or which are real, and try to see how we can overcome them. So one major barrier or apprehension is that you cannot cover as much course content in the available time, which is so true. They say one of the major advantages of lecture is that you can cover a large amount of content. But you can cover doesn't mean they are learning. That we always forget, right? So the answer to that is, this is definitely true, but over a period of time, faculty who have been using regular active learning methods, they do devise ways to see that your students learn what they are required to learn, right? And it is definitely not always necessary that you need to teach everything. Teach them how to learn. Teach them what to learn. They will learn, all right? Then, devising active learning strategies takes too much pre-class preparation. That, of course, goes without saying. It is much more easier to recycle old lectures, isn't it? There's also a practice of my PPT being handed over to somebody. Arey, aaj tumhara ye lecture hai, mera PPT de do na. No. In a way, true. But we are talking of quality, we are talking of efficiency, we are talking of whether learning is really happening, and we are talking of practice, which eventually will reduce the time. If you really establish a method, in the subsequent classes, the time taken won't be as much. So I don't think in the long run, this apprehension may not be all that true. Large size prevents implementation of active learning strategies. This again has been proven wrong because we have several interactive techniques in large group teaching as well. Then there are lack of materials or equipment needed to support active learning approaches, and students resist the non-lecture approaches. I'm not very sure about the second one. First one may be true in certain institutions, but now with the NMC giving mandates, etc., maybe things will be better. But still, not all the techniques required some, very sophisticated equipments. You can do it even under the tree. That is what that is how Arjuna was trained, right? And it can be done in modest Indian classroom settings also. There is other concerns like fear of loss of control over the class. I don't know why do we have to control the class in the first place. And also whether we have the skills to do that. But for that, of course, for faculty development, and you can have specialized workshops in your institutions. If you want to introduce, for example, interactivity in large group techniques, if you want to introduce LMS softwares, if you want to introduce learning, the student response software. So just have training sessions so that all the teachers are able to handle these new techniques well, and then you can implement it. So nothing is impossible. So these are all mere perceptions to me, and most important is plan, plan, plan. And one note of caution here is that don't use interactivity to the extent that it becomes a game. So they say that 30-70 ratio can be followed, number one. Secondly, always assess your students at the end of the class to see whether they have learned, and more important is to see whether your technique has really worked or not, all right? And these are some of the low risk and strategies and high risk strategies. Basically, it's whenever you plan your lesson, you need to check if the engagement or the class time required is short, if you have planned carefully, if there is a structure in the way you are doing things, if the subject matter is relatively concrete, if the student's prior knowledge is good, if they are better informed about the content, as well as the technique, and if the instructor is well experienced in any particular technique, and if the pattern of interaction is between the faculty and students instead of between student and student, then that strategy would be considered as a low-risk strategy, vis-a-vis the others where would be considered as high-risk strategies. My note of caution here, or my note of advice here would be start with the low-risk strategies, and then once you gain experience, go to the high-risk strategies. Okay? So this is what a gentleman said, that teaching in the absence of learning is just talking. I hope I have not done only that. And these are some of the resources that I have used, and few of the slides were courtesy Dr. Siraj. And thanks. If you have any queries, I'm open to them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that engaging lecture. So you said everybody should be involved. So here we have a group of faculty as well as students, and I'm sure all were equally engaged. And then this is a real life situation for us faculty, trying to work hard and maybe enthusiastically also to gain the attention of our students. Maybe on the other side, the students are also trying their best to remain attentive. As you said, it's physiological, it can't be helped sometimes. And nowadays, because of the CBME, the participatory teaching methods are more on the rise, as you said. And the levels of student engagement, as you told, and the feedback, which is very important to be given to the students. And what you told about the backward lesson design, that was actually very good. And nowadays, as you say, there are many electronic student response systems which can be used. And as you say, the challenge of time management, it can be overcome. But initially, that appears to be, I mean, if we don't try, we feel that it's a very, very big challenge. Madam, what's your take on the recent, there was some news that some university is going to allow students to listen to the expert lectures, and then will it affect the attendance in the respective colleges of that university?
It all depends on how these lectures are administered. If they are part of your timetable, you have a time slot for that. And expert talks can be different from the topics that are already taught. Or another way of doing it is, I mean, I wouldn't want the expert talks to be repetitions of what the teachers are taking. So if you're having really good expert talks, you replace your own lectures by something else. See, eventually our aim is to see that the students learn. So I think it's a good idea to have expert talks, because they will have access to a wider range and scope of topics from learned people. So it's a good idea, but how you implement it is perhaps that would be a challenge.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the audience? Okay, then we will close this session.
I hope the take-home message for students is not that the middle part is physiological, so it's allowed. Okay, just joking.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I once again request our chairman, sir, to felicitate ma'am along with the chairpersons. The next session, I request Dr. Nachiket sir to please come on to the dais to give his lecture on AI in undergraduate curriculum, boon or bane. I request Dr. Padmaraju sir, Professor of Pharmacology and, I'm really sorry, Professor of Ophthalmology and Vice President of APMEA, and Dr. Narsimha Rao Garu, Professor and Head of Department of Surgery from MIMS, sorry, from MIMS to be the chairpersons. I'm really sorry. And I request Dr. Padmaraju Garu to briefly introduce Dr. Nachiket sir.
Good afternoon to all. In the seriatim of the topics of day one, we have a very interesting topic, AI in undergraduate medical education, boon or bane, by a very interesting personality in the form of Dr. Nachiket Shankar. I have been given the opportunity to introduce him to this gathering today. Dr. Nachiket Shankar is a professor in the Department of Anatomy and Medical Education at St. John's Medical College, Bengaluru. He has a very keen interest in medical education and research methodology. He is one of the coordinators of the Simulation Center of his college and is an active member of the Research Society and Department of Medical Education at St. John's. He enjoys teaching, music, sports. I would like to add a few more sentences, Dr. Nachiket. I had the opportunity to interact with him during my 2 contact sessions of ACME, which I pursued at St. John's. His affable personality, dedication, keen interest on everything, I think, are attributes which each and every one of us, perhaps the younger generation much more, emulate and be enriched. This is in brief the introduction of Dr. Nachiket Shankar to the congregation of today's session. I request Dr. Nachiket to go ahead.
Yes, so thank you very much, sir, for that very kind introduction. And good afternoon to the respected dignitaries, the students, faculty members, and delegates. First of all, it is indeed a privilege for me to be here and to be invited by the organizers and the Andhra Pradesh Medical Educators Association for this, to deliver this guest lecture. So it's the session before lunch, and I have 2 disadvantages. One is it's the session before lunch, right? And physiological processes are going to take over. And the last thing on our mind is the cognitive domain. And the other big disadvantage is my talk has been preceded by 2 really wonderful talks by eminent persons. But I have one advantage in that this talk is in the form of a debate. And in a debate, everyone can participate. There's no right and wrong. Okay, so this is going to be somewhat of a light session. It's going to be a viewpoint. All of us have different viewpoints as to whether artificial intelligence has to be introduced into the medical undergraduate curriculum, whether it's a boon or bane. And I have another advantage. Okay, thank you. Slight change. I think the battery is gone. Okay, no problem. I'll use. Okay, and I have another advantage. Usually in a debate, the debater speaks about either the pros or cons, right, of a particular viewpoint. But I have the advantage in that I'm going to take both sides of the argument. I'm going to argue that artificial intelligence in the medical undergraduate curriculum is a boon, and then I'm going to proceed to argue why artificial intelligence in the undergraduate medical curriculum is a bane, right? And for that, what I'm going to try and do is also a disclaimer, right? Human beings are very poor at predicting the future, and I think this saying here perfectly encapsulates that. Trying to predict the future is like trying to drive down a country road at night with no lights while looking out of the back window, right? So that's the disclaimer for this session. So please remember, we are not debating about two things about which we are absolutely sure about. One is artificial intelligence is here to stay in medical practice. We are not debating that. Secondly, we are not debating that artificial intelligence can be incorporated into teaching, learning, and assessment. That we are not debating. What we are debating is this point, whether artificial intelligence should be introduced into the undergraduate medical curriculum. So what I'd like you to do is, I think ma'am said that there's a glitch in technology. Maybe a show of hands. How many of you feel here in the audience that artificial intelligence should be one of the subjects in the MBBS curriculum? Okay, fine. So that I would say around 40%. Just glancing, probably 40% of you feel that artificial intelligence should be introduced into the undergraduate curriculum. So this is before this talk. I'm going to ask the same question after the talk. Okay, so the first part of it, I'm going to argue for the introduction of artificial intelligence into the undergraduate medical curriculum. Why? So if we look at this, what is put there, this is from an article. They're saying that artificial intelligence could be like how pilots use automation systems while flying, right? In the past, pilots had mechanical systems which they had to operate, and as of now, the pilot actually is not required, right, in the cockpit, because you have automation systems. So they are there just to troubleshoot if required and to have key judgments about the flight. Maybe the role of the physician will become like that. So I think the chairman sir spoke about change. I think we need to adapt to change rather than resist it. Now, this is a picture of two planes. This is the cockpit of a plane in the 1950s, right, on one side, and this is the modern plane cockpit, right? And if pilots are going to be piloting planes like this, is there any point in them being trained on planes like this? There's no point, absolutely no point. Similarly with artificial intelligence, if it's going to come into medical practice, what's the point of training our students on systems which are obsolete? So the first point to say that it is a boon and it is required is that we need to adapt to change. And the students who come into medical college now, thank you. The students who come into medical college now are going to be practicing clinicians perhaps 7 or 8 years from now. And that we need to remember. Patients are going to be 7 or 8 years from now, and technology will be advanced 7 to 8 years from now. The second thing is, students are all aware, huge information overload. In the 1950s, it took 50 years for the sum total of the data or the information available to double. So in fact, the information that was available in 1950 doubled only in 2000, right? Whereas in 1980, it took 7 years to double. In 2010, it took 3.5 years to double. And 2020, it took 73 days to double, right? And we as medical professionals are expected to deal with this knowledge overload. At the same time, we need to harness this information. How can we do this with our small brains? So I am saying we do need artificial intelligence, and it's about time it's introduced into the undergraduate curriculum. At the same time, we must not forget the IMG, the Indian Medical Graduate. The goal of the MBBS course is to produce a competent doctor who is able to cater to the needs of society, right? The first point of contact, that we should not forget. And I'm not saying that artificial intelligence is going to replace this facet. Doctors will always be there to treat patients. But at the same time, if we remember these 5 that Dr. Chalam sir put up, doctors are also expected to be clinicians and lifelong learners. And if artificial intelligence is going to be there in a clinician's life, the student needs to learn that in the curriculum. They are lifelong learners. So artificial intelligence, I'm saying, should be included in the undergraduate curriculum. And I think the another sentence that Dr. Chalam sir used was that the curriculum is a live document, right? It is not dead. So a live document has to be adaptive to the changes that occur in the society at large. You cannot isolate or insulate medical practice from the society at large. And if artificial intelligence is there in society at large, it has to be incorporated into medical practice and eventually into the curriculum as well. So this is from a paper in BMC Medical Education. We always have to have a humanistic approach to patients. That's why the ATCOM modules have been introduced. We need to have early experience and longitudinal integration. That's why you have the student-doctor method. You need to respond to changing community needs. And finally, you need to have student-driven learning with advanced technology. You can see the word there, technology. And what is the technology that's coming in a big way? It is artificial intelligence. And the last part, the last slide for me to convince you that it is important to introduce artificial intelligence into the curriculum is this TPAC framework. This is mainly for teachers, but it's also relevant to students. Okay, so there are 3 areas that are equally important for learning. And if you look at that, one of the circles there is technology, right? So technology is critical, right now a critical element in learning. And one of the important technologies that is there is artificial intelligence, right? If we have to introduce artificial intelligence into the undergraduate curriculum, what needs to be introduced? Okay, so that's a moot point, and there's been a lot of research on that. So I'm just going to touch upon 5 areas that if we introduce artificial intelligence into the curriculum, these are the 5 areas that we need to focus on. So we are going to look at AI in the medical curriculum. So I don't think our medical students are taught about probabilities, right? They have a little bit of study designs in community medicine, but they're not taught about probabilities, right? So that's something that needs to be taught to every medical student, right? How to use probabilities in making clinical decisions. Second is they also need to know a little bit about how AI systems work so that they're able to interpret the data that comes out of an artificial intelligence system. So working with and managing artificial intelligence systems, which includes probabilities. The second is, I'm not going to touch upon this because there's a whole talk devoted to this. Dr. Animesh is going to talk about this in the post-lunch sessions. There are many ethical issues, very contentious issues, okay? So imagine if you go to court and say that artificial intelligence said that I have this disease, but the doctor said this, right? So you go to and you argue that the artificial intelligence is the right one. So there are many sort of potential situations like that may crop up. So students need to be, this needs to be incorporated into their training, the ethical issues and the legal aspects. I think some drug representatives can come and tell you that this drug is very useful for this condition, right? And then you, as a diligent physician or a practitioner, will go back and see whether there's data to substantiate what that rep said. So you're able to critically appraise whether the drug is useful or not. From now on, perhaps students and we need to appraise AI systems. I'm sure there'll be multiple companies coming up with different solutions. We need to identify which ones are useful for us and which ones perhaps are not so useful. Then we should not forget biomedical knowledge and pathophysiology. Sorry students, you still have to study anat, physio, biochem, path, micro, pharmac, forensic medicine, ENT, ophthal, and medicine, surgery, OG. That you should not forget. This will be incorporated into your understanding of the knowledge and pathophysiology of diseases. So continued emphasis on this aspect. And finally, our students need to learn how to work with electronic health records. We know the use of the phrase GIGO. Have you heard of that? Garbage in, garbage out. So the AI systems are going to be fed through your electronic health records. And if the data that goes in from the electronic health records is not great, the output that comes out will not be great. Okay, so we need to learn how to work with electronic health records. So therefore, my first part of the session, I'm going to say that artificial intelligence should be introduced into the undergraduate curriculum, and it is for certain a boon. Okay, I'm going to change now quickly, and I'm now going to flip sides. And what I'm going to say is now artificial intelligence in the undergraduate medical curriculum is a bane, but with a qualification at present. So it is not the right time to introduce artificial intelligence into the mainstream undergraduate curriculum, not yet. Okay, AI is fantastic, but I would like to ask some of the clinicians here, how many of you are using AI for clinical decision making? How many of you are using AI to make a diagnosis? I'm sure it's not many, right? So though there's a lot of hype about AI, it has still not percolated into mainstream medicine, right? Just like stem cells 20 years ago, please tell me how many patients have benefited from stem cell research? There may be some. It had a lot of promise, right? But now it's died down. We see that there's few applications for stem cell research. I'm not saying that AI will go that route, but we must have some caution when thinking about the role of AI in treatment and therefore introduction into the curriculum. When we introduce a drug into the market, right, there is 7 to 10 years of work that goes in before we introduce the drug into the market, right? Now, artificial intelligence has just come in. I think we need to go through all these phases. I'm putting this just as a representation, not that it has to go through these phases like how drugs go through, but there has to be a lot of pilot studies that go in and see where and how AI systems can be used. And it is too early. It's not even come into the practice of medicine. Why should we introduce it now into the medical education curriculum? It's not the right time yet. So if we introduce artificial intelligence into the medical education curriculum, it's like jumping the gun. We are acting before the appropriate time. Next important point, which all of us can, teachers and students, it's a huge overloaded curriculum, right? As it is overloaded. We have hardly time for anything. In fact, like Sir said, the electives were a welcome break for both teachers and students, right? And we just about managed to squeeze that 1 month of electives. So imagine if we introduce artificial intelligence as a subject, oh my, right? It's going to be a massive overload for the students. The NMC has thought about it, and if you look at the latest GMER guidelines, there's a mention of artificial intelligence for the foundation course. It's been added a little later. Before it was use of information technology, there's one line or one word of artificial intelligence. And in the electives also, you have the artificial intelligence, which is a potential topic for the elective. So my contention is, let it remain like this for now, as an elective and maybe just as a sensitization in the foundation course, but not in the mainstream curriculum. Okay, so this is headlines from some of the institutes in the US. In certain schools in the US, they have banned the use of artificial intelligence, right, for teaching and learning. So I don't think we should be very careful before we introduce artificial intelligence into the mainstream curriculum, because we really don't know what its potential, its drawbacks and its advantages are. And finally, to end, there is still a huge digital divide in India, right? And to have artificial intelligence as a mainstream subject right now is too early, right? For that, we need to have a fantastic electronic health record system across the country in all medical colleges, and all people have to have access to digital content, right? Till such time, there's going to be a huge digital divide, and perhaps this is not the right time to introduce artificial intelligence into the undergraduate medical curriculum. So let's take so my contention is, it's a bane for sure, but with a qualification at present. So now I'd like to take the vote again. How many of you feel that artificial intelligence should be included in the undergraduate medical curriculum now? Okay, so there's still, I think there are fewer hands. Fewer, I think before it was something like 40%, now it's something like 30 or 20%. Okay. Okay, so I think that was a brief presentation. So it was just some viewpoints that I brought out from literature and from my perceptions about why we should and why we shouldn't introduce artificial intelligence into the undergraduate medical curriculum. And if we do introduce, what are the areas that should be covered in the curriculum? So thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Nachiket, sir. It's wonderful to interact with you once again after having you first met in 2015 in the ACME batch there, right? Now, I always feel we're still learners. We're always in the transition phase. I don't know when the end point comes, isn't it? So the thing is, it's slow but steady, that slowly is going to take over, isn't it? So maybe, as you said, some of us who believe that let's start early, others will surely agree that the day is going to come.
Yes.
Maybe not my time, maybe in 5 years, 10 years' time, isn't it? So let us agree to the fact that we need a good balance as of now. How much of a natural intelligence is dominating over artificial intelligence, and slowly we're going to accept defeat on that, right? Thank you very much. Any question from the audience for that?
Thank you.
There are no questions?
Ma'am, I think the electives is a good starting point, ma'am, because I think students who are interested in artificial intelligence have that opportunity to pursue it in the electives. So I think, and in the foundation course, maybe a little bit of sensitization. So I still feel that this is fine as of now. But I think there needs to be a task force which specifically looks at this artificial intelligence, just like now there's a task force for next, which is for the 2020 batch. Maybe there needs to be a task force, and then a really hard look at the time that's available and the priority. So whether the introduction of artificial intelligence right now into the curriculum is going to facilitate the bringing out of a better Indian medical graduate or not, and whether it is, the time is ripe or not, I think that has. So for now, my opinion is that it's fine. Let it be as an elective, and maybe some sensitization during the foundation course.
Madam?
Sir. Already.
Madam, it's such that now it's optional in the electives. A day will come when the option will become compulsory, and we are the ones who are going to lose on that side.
No, nothing like that, sir. We are not going to lose. Sir, I feel if suppose if I order a blood or any culture sensitivity, for example, culture sensitivity I am ordering today, and I am getting a report that streptococcal grown which is sensitive to some amikacin. Do you think artificial intelligence is not there in that?
No.
This is not seen by any human being. The sample which you have sent or the report, no one has seen, only mission has been fed with the sample. The report came out as a staphylococcal or streptococcal grown and sensitive to amikacin. This has not been seen by any human being. So this is artificial intelligence which we are using day in and day out also.
Yes, yes.
So how much we are going to use is the only question. And undergraduates should know what is artificial intelligence. Because if you cannot stop anyone by not introducing artificial intelligence. It has been already introduced into our day-to-day practice. You cannot stop any students from knowing artificial intelligence. Only we should allow, they should know how depth it is. See, don't tell me that I am going to replace anatomy with artificial intelligence. Not possible. So as an introductory course, we should have, otherwise they'll be left out of the country or the world. The world is progressing. So to some extent, we should already allow. Yes, thank you.
Just one last this thing. I'm just following up on what Dr. Chalam has told.
Yes, sir.
You see, already, as he has pointed out, AI has already introduced is introduced into a routine practice in our daily practices, particularly clinical medicine. Or if you take ophthalmology, for example, if you do a LASIK surgery, if you do a phacoemulsification, in LASIK surgery, the surgeon does minimally. The interference by the surgeon is minimal. Most of it is done by the machine. Or if you take the community approach, if suppose there is a far-off situation where the findings are there, you can, even now it is existing, the diagnosis of a DR or any other retinopathy or anything is already there. So perhaps, as Dr. Chalam has pointed out, it has already entered into our profession, and as Principal Madam has pointed out, even before we know what is happening, I think it's going to overtake. So it is better to introduce AI into our medical curriculum as quickly as possible. That's what I feel.
Yeah, so as of now, the utility is on the higher side, but when it comes to teaching methods, we have to cope up with that.
Yes,
That's,
absolutely.
I think that's what we all agree upon that. Any more questions? Yeah, please, somebody there. Please help him. Help him.
Yes, ma'am. I think there's artificial intelligence as a whole, which came up in 1950s. One subset of that is machine learning. No, artificial intelligence is the big category. The big circle is artificial intelligence. Then you have machine learning and then deep learning. So deep learning came around 2010, the neural networks. So more like akin to how human beings think. Machine learning, it has algorithms which are fed into the computer, and then you have the artificial intelligence. Yes, ma'am. The probability and mathematics. Yes.
Yeah, I had one experience with students, sir. I would like to share it. I felt like to know how many of the students were really using the AI. So I shared the Google form. I asked them to genuinely answer it. I got about 70% of them were using the AI in the students. Asked them how they were using it. When they are going into the clinical side, they are taking the symptoms that are being reported by the patients, feeding it, getting the answers. That's one thing. And when I gave them the MCQ question paper, they feeded it, got the answers in 30 seconds. Okay. And when I went back and checked it, when they are feeding these symptoms and they're getting it, it's only 70% accuracy we are getting with AI, not 100%. And I think that it is right time to teach them how to use it properly and what are the pros and cons and where they should be cautious when they are using the AI.
Absolutely, sir. Very valid points. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, the biomedical courses and all which are being introduced in certain premier institutes, I think they will all help and we'll help them.
Yes,
also.
absolutely.
I think the electives always helps them.
Yes. On a lighter note, we have formative assessments on the computer using the LMS, and we notice that all the students, some of the students get 40 on 40, and the really bright students get 30. So these are all using ChatGPT, we realized. They're feeding all the questions into ChatGPT and getting the answers. So that's on a lighter note, yeah.
Yes, I mean, anything that's invented is for proper use,
yes.
But a little percent is always there of a misuse.
Yes, yes.
So that's what you can't prevent. So let us take it on the larger perspective of good utility to them.
Sure.
Yeah, Dr. Nachiket, the last
Yes,
question.
Yes.
Who has to teach this artificial intelligence if you are going to introduce into curriculum, UG? That is one question. Second thing, can we introduce into the PG competency-based curriculum?
Yes, I think two questions. I think very good questions, sir. To answer the first question, I think it has to be an interdisciplinary team which teaches artificial intelligence. So there have to be data scientists, maybe mathematician, and the clinicians perhaps. So I think because all three are important, because I think students need to get a feel for what probabilities are, and then how to analyze data or how to interpret the AI systems, and then you need a clinician as well to look at the disease angle to it. So I think you need interdisciplinary teams to teach this AI. And to your second question, certainly I feel at the PG level it must be introduced, sir, as it has to be introduced. Thank you, sir. Yeah, please.
Interesting session. Very.
Yeah, so I think thank you for that question. Let me make a distinction between two things. So one is the use of artificial intelligence by teachers and students. That is being done extensively, like sir said, 70%. The second thing is to introduce it into the UG medical curriculum. So that was what I was talking about. So my opinion is that artificial intelligence is already being used by students. How many of you have heard of the Anki app? Anki, A-N-K-I. Okay, so an Anki app is now 70 or 80% of medical students in the US are using the Anki app. So what the Anki app does is, it generates questions on a particular topic, and then after that, it, based on your answers, it spaces, it asks that question again. So say out of 10 questions, you answered 8 correctly. For those 2 questions which you have answered incorrectly, it will give you feedback, and after 10 days ask you those 2 questions which you have not answered correctly. So it automatically, based on your answers and your spacing, it uses what is called spaced repetition. It is like basically like flashcards. So many of our students are using Anki now, and that's AI based. It's very individualized. So I think for teaching and learning, certainly there's a great, ChatGPT for example can certainly be used to generate MCQs. Recently I read a paper that they did a study where they had to generate 100 MCQs using ChatGPT, with the help of ChatGPT, and 100 MCQs without ChatGPT. So they took 10 times the amount of time to generate the MCQ without ChatGPT as compared to Chat. So like the pilot automation system, you use it, but then you need to review it and then come up with the final MCQ. So, sorry, did I answer?
We have to even evaluate what the ChatGPT MCQs answers and also.
Yes, yes. I think so. It's there. The technology is there. If it's going to help them learn, why not use it? And if it's going to help us teach, why not use it?
Sir.
Sorry? Yes. Accuracy is low. Absolutely.
Sir, everybody is discussing on how to use, how to learn, how to implement that AI. So the theme itself, a challenge to human kinship. So now it's becoming very difficult to make the students to sit in the classroom and teach. That means to learn, to remember. So if this comes, what would be the fate of the students? They'll think that I go to ChatGPT, type something, it's coming, why should I learn? So how to overcome this challenge? That is the real
in fact, this
thing.
Is okay, I think this maybe not just one last minute. Maybe this is a maybe philosophical debate.
Yes.
Because see, right now, for example, in the old days, students used to do up to 20 times tables. 20 we used to do 21s are 20, 22s are 40, 23s are 60. Up to 20 we used to do it. But right now students have a calculator. Why should I learn 16 into 16? So there may be a time in the future when what we think is sacrosanct, what the students have to learn, may not be required to learn in those times. So I think there's no fixed sort of holy cow in medicine that this has to be learned and this should not be learned. So I think we need to adapt to the times. And I think the key is learning to learn, like ma'am said, metacognition. So I think that's the key. We need to teach the students how to learn and what to learn, and leave that learning to them. Right? Leave the learning to them. I think that's my
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nachit Garu. We have seen a good number of delegates participating in your discussion, and you have successfully overcome the physiological barrier of a pre-lunch session there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would now like to request our principal ma'am to come and felicitate Dr. Nachiket sir along with the chairpersons. Thank you.
half an hour.
It's not. Hello. Yeah, we'll be breaking for lunch now. Half an hour lunch break, please. Let's come back because we still have very good sessions. So.
He is heading the Mangalore unit of International Chair in Bioethics. He serves diligently as a deputy coordinator in the medical education unit at Kasturba Medical College. Also, an invaluable member of steering community and esteemed member in Indian Academy of Preventive Social Medicine, Karnataka. He was awarded with Best Innovative Teaching in Community Medicine 2023 to 24. Beyond his contributions to academics, he finds joy in the pursuits of travel, photography, and philately. Now may I request Sir to deliver his talk.
ఇదేనా పాయింట్ మైక్ అది సార్ అక్కడ ఆన్ చేసుకోవాలి లైట్ వెలుగుతుంది మైక్ మీద
So good afternoon. Hope I'm audible. Yes. So we've already been discussing so many aspects of AI, and we've had wonderful 3 sessions. In the kind of, the readjustments, I happen to be a post-lunch speaker. It's a little difficult job, but it's okay. I think I have my full confidence that this audience has been very interactive pre-lunch, so I'm expecting the same. And let's go through the session that has been conceived here. Ethical issues of AI in medical education and healthcare, a razor's edge. Now, Dr. Nachiket told us about whether it's a boon or a bane. So now we are already having some idea. I will take you through some things that I thought from my perspective and then I put through. And I've done a little modification, of course, after listening to other talks. So we have seen these things. These used to be, most of the time, we used to see it in movies, maybe imaginations. But this has all become reality, right? We have been using some of these, what you see ADAS, as well as we see that Alexa or whatever. So all that has been there. So this is the outline. We'll look at what exactly is AI, where are we now, what have been we doing, and then what next, and what are the ethical issues? Where does it come from? What are the things that we are going to consider if I'm looking at the ethics of AI? And then we'll look at some examples and the way forward. Many of us would have experienced this. What is it? Digiyatra, right? In fact, day before when I came in, somebody suggested that since you're, Bangalore, you better do a Digiyatra so that you can breathe. And I said, no. Then I still did that on the way to airport. And actually, it was really a breeze, because there were other people who were in the queue, but I could just make it because there was hardly any queue. So Digiyatra, again, AI. So it's already there. It's touching our lives in different ways. Whether it's the mobile phone that we look at. In fact, I talk about something and the mobile phone starts prompting me with some other things which are related to that. Nothing but AI. So that's reality. So what exactly this AI is? We've been talking, we've been hearing, we know that ChatGPT, we know somebody said that, the diagnostics. What is this AI? So very simply put, it's a system's ability to correctly interpret external data, to use those learnings to achieve specific goal and task through flexible adaptation. Okay? Why that is important is we have to have like each of the things. It's an external data that they are going to interpret. So the machine takes that, and then there's a specific goal and task. Flexible adaptation, that's the key again. So it cannot be just fixed, it should be flexible. And that's why when Dr. Nachiket said that, that Anki app, it's going to be individualized for each student. So it's not that, Animesh Jain does it, Nachiket does it, or say somebody else does it. It's the same. It's dependent on how I am going to be learning, how I am going to answer. So that's how it is. So very simply, this is the thing. And it uses complex computer algorithms to emulate human cognition. And that's very important. So machines are kind of trying to become like humans. And that's very, very important. It has obviously far-reaching capabilities, and it can analyze large data sets because we get challenged, but these can easily do it. What are the expectations? So when we use any any AI-based technology or tool, there are certain kind of expectations. So when I'm talking in the context of healthcare, see, we are thinking, and sir said in the morning, the mentor sir, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy sir said that it will improve and cost effective. So see, improved healthcare delivery. AI will help us to do that. It will make it accessible and affordable. What do I mean? Now there is a possibility that I am sitting in a remote area. I don't have the manpower or trained manpower to look at certain things. I can use technology and I can provide that. Of course, you may say that telemedicine was there. Yes, but now we can have use of AI. Now, am I trying to say that that's foolproof? Somebody said 70% accuracy. Yes, but we have something. And going forward, if we build on, probably we will have much better. And we also have to look at that there is a potential to have a better quality, improved quality. Now comes the thing which I'll go into a little later. Now, if all these things are there, and if it is true, why are we worried? Why are we thinking that, is this right? Should we do it? And we've been debating just a little while ago, right? So before I proceed, I want to give you two more definitions. So very simply put, red things, you see, creation of intelligent machines that work and react like humans. That's the key. So we are trying to make machines which will be acting like humans. Now there, probably some of us will start thinking, oh, so is the machine going to replace me? Probably not. And simulation of human intelligence, processes by machine. And if you see further, these processes include learning, reasoning, and self-correction. That's very important. So it's not that, static. It will keep learning depending on how we use it. It will have reasoning where there will be rules to reach approximate or definite conclusion. And there is a mechanism. A good AI, a proper AI will have these mechanisms built in where there is a self-correction course also built in. And that's important. So if we understand this, that's what the basis of AI is. Are we clear about AI, at least the basics? Let's move on then. Now please understand, we say AI and it's very easy to remember or AI. Or we say ChatGPT, or we say Quillbot, or whatever. See, when we say AI, or even if it's an imaging, or if sir said that, sir was talking about, see, if I send for sensitivity, the machine does it. Now, what we are seeing is the application of what's the result. We are not looking at the background. And that involves lots of things. It's not just computers. It's not that machine. So many things, algorithms. There is also some part of it where mathematics, statistics comes. But there are also things like where depends on where I'm applying it. So it looks at philosophy, logic, linguistics. It's all those things, including things like biology, psychology, engineering, everything comes in. And that's what makes it very complex, unique, but at the same time controversial. And that's the thing which is kind of a crux. And that's why also we are worried. Now, there are lots of benefits. We have had these things. IBM Watson was there, which interacts with people and gives. We also know of chatbots. Sometimes we don't realize it's a chatbot, but all of us have, if we have ordered something on Amazon, we were not happy, we went to the help, and then that's chatbot. Banks have had chatbots. Indigo has chatbot. They name it also some differently. So how many of you are aware that we have AI news readers? We have AI news readers. In India, South India, in India we have, so that's come in. So that is here to stay. So what we need to look at is there are certain things, certain issues, and we should be aware of that. Now, it has potential applications, lots of applications, whether I talk of diagnostics, screening, therapeutics, clinical care, even from the field that I come from, community medicine, epidemiology, and prevention, all that also has applications which are there. We have also got so many softwares which can ease our life. So that's fine. Just to show you some examples, there are, and some of these I showed yesterday as well, I mean this particular thing. So we have, low dose CT image is being converted into a high quality scan using technology. Again, we have softwares which will nudge us that this could be the potential diagnosis. So that becomes easier. Earlier we used to do differential diagnosis and then, zero down to some 2 or 3. Now that technology is doing it for us. We've also used this COVID app, Arogya Setu. Arogya Setu used to tell us, within the last 30 days, we have probably met a person who was COVID positive. How many of them? Nothing but AI, right? So we have used it. It has already been in our lives. So what I'm trying to look at is, yes, we used Digiyatra, we used CoWIN, we used, maybe Arogya Setu and whatnot. And we are using it. But is everything fine? Is everything good? What does this audience feel? Everything is fine? Not really? Of course, ma'am, you have a talk also tomorrow, so, but why not? Programming. Sir, you nailed it. So programming, and if the programming is not proper, sir says, then there could be a problem. Absolutely, sir. Ethical use. So what do I understand by that, ma'am?
If you are going to leak your data which you have already collected, or you are using it for other purposes other than what you have got approval for.
Right. So if I'm using it for some purpose which was not intended, if I'm not ethically using, then there is a problem. I'll give you some examples from non-health sciences. Okay? Abroad already they started using AI for hiring people for jobs. Here there was a potential problem. They realized that there were certain, traits which were looked at, and then they were trying to filter out candidates. Okay? There were things which were being looked at in their personal attributes, their profiles on social media or something, or lifestyle activities. All that was happening. In fact, if you go through a few years back when Foundation started, I started using a video from ACOG which talks about how they are looking at the social media profile of a person before they actually give him a job or her a job. Okay? They're doing that. So all these, and now these are also being outsourced to, if I can use that term, to AI. Because who wants to go through, if I have 10 applicants, 20 applicants, let AI screen it for me. Then I will have shortlisted 4 or 5. I'll go through this. So that's what is happening. Amazon had a big problem. Somehow they outsourced it to AI, and AI, then they found that all the women applicants were being ruled out. Why? Because the programming, as sir said. So what happened is the moment it was there, women in their some profile, or CV, it said the women's basketball team, or the women's college, or somewhere, automatically that CV is aside. So that's what was happening. It became a huge problem. Okay? So again, it comes back to how have I trained, how have I programmed. I'm again giving you some basics, that's why, this. And then, this was a particular thing where Illinois court denied a particular Clearview AI motion to, have a lawsuit there was filed. So they said, see, facial recognition. And what they did was, this facial recognition will be passed on to this particular company, and they will compare from other data which is available on net or whatever. And they said, no, they denied this. Why? Because again, this is personal, and this can have implications. As I said, DigiYatra is nothing but my identity, my iris scan and all. Now, if suppose they start selling this DigiYatra because I use that for, and that goes for some other use, potential implications. So again, that was denied. But you see the next one. What happened? Here, the other way. So the judge dismissed the lawsuit which alleged the University of Chicago had actually given the database to Google. Am I audible? So what happened is here, this particular hospital, the University of Chicago Medical Center, they gave this database of patients to Google so that they could have an AI built in, which would be, thousands of people. So there was a lawsuit filed, and this was dismissed. Why? Because then, if you see, the records used would be stripped of personally identifiable information. So what they said is, we are not breaching any confidentiality, we are not harming anybody. It's an overall group data, and then we are trying to train the machine on that, so that's why. So you see, from the previous to this, there it was an implication and everybody has a breach probably. Here it's a group data. So you see, that's what I'm trying to tell you. This some of you would have seen. It was there on the social media, WhatsApp. Recently, somebody lost a life because a robot went wrong. Why did this happen? So why did this happen? Was it robot's fault? It was not robot's fault. So whose fault was it? Human error. But sir, robot was supposed to be doing it. So if you see the headline also, while doctors sipped lattes. Okay, latte is a kind of a coffee, obviously. So what also was, when I went through this and I read, apparently the person who was doing it or he was in charge, he was not properly trained. He didn't know how to intervene, what to do, how to control. He saw things going wrong, and then he could not, because he had skipped the trainings that was supposed to be there. So, headline says, yes, robot has killed. But is it only the robot which is responsible? The surgeon was an Indian. Of course, ma'am. Yeah, it so happens. Yeah, it so happens. That's, I mean, I'm not trying to say that, Indian or not. But what really happened was, and he admitted that he had skipped the training because he was busy. Later, there was another opportunity which also he missed. And then he did not have any clue when this thing went wrong, how to stop, how to intervene, what to do. And he became a mere spectator. Now you know. So what I'm trying to say, yes, technology is there. And we were talking about robotics this morning, sir also said. I'm not trying to say, so what I'm trying to say is things are there, but we also have to see that ultimately the responsibility is not the machines. It's a machine. It's the human who's going to take the role or responsibility. Let's come to artificial intelligence and ethics. So there are three categories. One is the features of AI itself. Okay? The next is the human factors, as I just gave you an example. And the third one is how do we educate? Sir talked about it. So how do we program? How do we train it? And these are the three important categories. So first one being, now if I have features which are not going to be conducive or not going to be useful or not going to be, or probably I've ignored the threats or the harms that are potentially foreseeable, then there is a problem. So AI features themselves which can give rise to ethical problems. Then the human factors. And the next comes, and human factors is not just that what I just told you, it could also be sometimes ignorant, complacence, anything. Or sometimes, of course, fallacies of human nature, including probably a greed. So these things, and then how do we educate? And these are, the things which have been there in the literature. Another thing is, there is a worry that AI will access my personal information. And that can probably happen even without my knowledge. As I gave you an example, my phone is listening to me. So that can happen. Now this can have potential implications. If it falls in the wrong hands, then of course, it becomes a very, very challenging situation. Another very important thing is it's not always transparent to inspection. That means I don't know and I don't know, I can't access what it has access to or what it has done or what data has gone there. It's not always possible, okay? The security and privacy of data itself is at risk. I'm not saying it's always the case, but majority of the times as of now, that's the case. We do not know, and we do not know where it is being transmitted, which servers it's being stored, what is happening. And that's one of the concerns. And that gives rise to ethical issues. Now, what are the human factors? So human bias itself, sometimes we have biases, and this bias gets transmitted to AI. We can have biases against a particular gender or a race or whatever. Now, as I said, that Amazon case, then they found out that when they programmed it, there was an error there itself. And that's why it was automatically AI will not decide. So AI, when they programmed somebody who was doing it, they had a bias against, and that's how it got programmed like that. The other problem is accountability. Now, suppose I'm using the technology. So I am the person who's using it. But am I the only person responsible? So the problem of many hands, who do we hold accountable? Is it the programmer who programmed it? Or is it the seller or the distributor who distributed it? Or is the person who's the data owner? Now, not necessarily everybody will be the same. Sometimes it may be the same. So person who programmed it may not be necessarily the distributor, may not be the data owner. I have a whole thing, system, ecosystem, I'm getting it procured from somewhere. And then somebody happens to be the end user. So the problem of many hands. Now, who do you hold responsible? If something goes wrong at my hands, and it was not totally my mistake, but it was also, there was some problem with the programming, then somebody else also has to be held accountable. So these are some of the challenges. No simple answers, complex issues, but I thought I should bring out so that you have an understanding of this. Now, how do we educate this system? We said that, it has to be programmed. Interestingly, a few years back, I was attending one of the PhD presentations in a neighboring university in Mangalore. And the PhD person was trying to bring in a system where they will use a smartphone to detect certain, psoriasis and other conditions, a dermatology condition. And that will be very easy because even somebody who doesn't have much knowledge will get 80 to 90% accurate diagnosis. It's possible. So again, how? They were trying to recruit so many patients, and then that will be fed in, and that imaging comparisons. And so what it does is it makes our job easier. See, when humans also do it, when I do a differential diagnosis, what do? I compare it with my learning, the knowledge, and also what has been my learning by seeing it. And I say, oh, now I see this looks like what I had seen that case there. And that's how I make a diagnosis. And these are the symptoms. This is what I've learned. So I'm using my knowledge, my skills. But AI does it much faster. So there are certain things which are there. Now, 3 ways are there. One is implicit ethical agents. So what do? I constrain it. Its abilities are itself constrained when I program. The next is explicit. So what do I mean? I explicitly state that these are the capabilities that the AI or this particular program can do. The first one is I have already constrained it. The second one is I'm making a very explicit thing that these are the things which it can do. And the third one, which usually we don't do or we don't go into, that's a full ethical agent. That means they are conscious like humans. They also know that what is their intention, how exactly they should go about. If the situation demands, how should they do a course correction? So all those things are there. Now further, the question is, if it goes wrong, if it starts replacing humans or endangers human life like Frankenstein monster, should we kill it? Should we shut that? That's something which we have to ponder about. Should we let that situation go up to that, go out of hand? So that's another thing that we have to look at. And another thing is, just because there are certain situations we would not like to venture, is it right for us to let the robot venture? And is it possible that if we do that, and possibly they also may do something which is more damaging? So these are some things which we have to think of. I'm not saying I have all the answers, but these are some things which I thought I'll put together. Now there are many concerns. I'll not go into details of this. I'll take you through some. So there are so many. People have been talking about technological singularity. That means it will overtake humans and then they will become superiors. Probably that's not going to happen because we are definitely more intelligent. At least that's my belief. There are so many other concerns, security, privacy, and training. But what I want you to go through is this. How do machines affect our behavior and interaction? Somebody said that, already we are seeing that students are not coming into class, they're reading from this. So, in some ways, AI is also affecting our humanity, the behavior. We've already been saying that, there has been a change in attitude, and we say, even I say sometimes, that when I was in hostel, I knew all my, hostel mates and we used to interact. Nowadays, students don't seem to know each other, or maybe sometimes the next table, the section table or next unit. They say, oh, okay, that person is so this thing. So what is happening? They are more into this social media and others. So we have to think about it. Is it possible that we can bring in some way that artificial stupidity is reduced? That means we guard against the mistakes. And the next thing is it possible that the robots, as I said already, I gave you example, they are already racist. Racist means not necessarily only race, but they are biased basically. So how do we eliminate that? Is there a way when we build in? How do we keep this whole AI system safe from any adverse attacks or any kind of adversities? So that is important. And it's possible sometimes there may be unintended consequences. So how do we safeguard or protect against that? So that's again very, very important we have to think about. And as I said, singularity. But I personally firmly believe that this is not going to happen. We have to be in control. Of course, if we let it happen, then this is our mistake. There are certain questions to consider. In the first place, should I use AI? If so, where? Do I need to use AI? Just because it's there for everything? So that is one thing. The digital divide, Dr. Nachiket touched on. So digital divide, to simplify, is there are lots of people with haves and have-nots. When we talked about even the mobile revolution, there are people who have mobile, but they do, if you see 5 years back or maybe 10 years back, they had mobiles but not the smartphones, or they had smartphones but not the data pack. So still the full functionality is not explored. So that's the digital divide. So there will be also, some people will have the access to technology, they will have all these things, but there will be also not having the access. So that divide is there. How do we bridge that? How do we streamline this data collection and use of it? Could we have policies? So these are some of the things. Now, having told you these backgrounds, now let's look at, if we are trying to establish AI ethics, how do we go about? Please remember, the good old Belmont Report principles hold good here also. Maybe we'll have to tweak or understand it a little better, go into the fundamentals, but we have to think of autonomy, respect for persons. We have to talk about beneficence. How do we use it for good and reduce or minimize the harm, and being fair? So these are the cardinal principles which hold true even in case of AI. And how do we go about? So we know that it's not necessarily all the machines are born morally. It's not true. That's not the case. So who's going to be responsible if I have not done? So what we need to do is, we need to have frameworks and concepts which will address these ethical concerns, and we have to be mindful of that when I'm trying to devise something. Governance. We heard this word clinical governance, so governance comes into picture here as well. So we have to have mechanisms in place which will determine how do we get hold of data, what is the quality assurance, how do we go about creating the awareness. Now I have AI, but not my people are not aware of it. Not going to help, not going to be, so that's very important. And how do we incentivize the stakeholders so that they act in accordance to the values and the ethical principles that are put in place? Maybe we will need to think about these, because one is awareness, and then I need some motivation to do that. So that's important. And very importantly, one of the key things is there should be explainability. That means when there is a process or something, that should be able to be clarified and it should be transparent. That is very important. And this explanation should be understandable by human beings, not complex algorithms or something, but something which can be deciphered. So please remember, and morning also we heard, AI basically is to augment or help us. It's going to augment our intelligence. It's going to aid us, not the other way. And The data and insight always belongs to the creator, and AI system has to be transparent and explainable. These are the core principles. In fact, IBM says this. And IBM also is into many type of devices, including healthcare devices. So they say this. Recently, there was a UNESCO members gathering, and they accepted and adopted the first ever declaration on ethical use of artificial intelligence. And this is what the Director General of UNESCO said. The world needs rules for artificial intelligence to benefit humanity. That means it goes without saying that it is here to stay and we have to adopt and accept it. So we need rules for that. The next thing is they have released these, and it's the responsibility of the member states, 193 member states, so that they can adapt it and they can come out with their own ways to how exactly to go forward with this. And we've had multiple guidelines. UNESCO, you see on your left, right side is the WHO. And we've also had in India, ICMR guidelines for, if you see, biomedical research and healthcare, comprehensive ones. Available free of cost, it's available online. I have a PDF on my laptop. And the right side was NAMS, National Academy of Medical Sciences, also released. So this has also been there. Some of these excerpts I will show. So ICMR in the, right in the beginning it says, these guidelines apply to AI-based tools created for all biomedical and health research and applications which involve human participants and or biological data, like what they said for other things also, the ethical guidelines for human research. But here the difference is it's related to AI technology. And they say these are applicable to all health professionals, technology developers, researchers, entrepreneurs, hospitals, research institutions, organizations, as well as laypersons. So everybody comes under the ambit of it, whoever is going to be using these AI technology for healthcare or any kind of biomedical research. So that's something, the crux of it. And this is the preamble where again it says, and if you see again, here it talks about the same kind of principles: autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and distributive justice. Of course, it's elaborate, I'll not go into details, but the principles remain same. There are certain subtle differences. I'll highlight one to just give you an idea. When it comes to informed consent, they also talk something about informed refusal. So how that changes from informed consent? So I'm not just consenting, I'm also, after being informed, I'm refusing. I have the right to refuse. The other thing is, when you inform, you also have to tell them, yes, this is the AI technology, but there are alternatives. What are the alternatives? Non-AI alternatives. So that should be told. And then it's my choice. So if I'm opting for AI, having known that there is another alternative available, then it's my responsibility. So that is very important. And anytime, any point in time, like informed consent, I can withdraw. Same way, I have the right to, again, refuse any time in between if I feel like. So these are the subtle changes, very nicely laid down guidelines. So you can look at, and those are similar kind of 12 general principles which are there. So, it's a very nice, document you can look at. And these are the principles again taken from there. So you see, a lot of things are very similar and some of them are applicable to particular data and AI. So non-discrimination and fairness is similar. Optimization and data quality. Then we have accessibility and equity. So is it accessible to large number of people? Is it equitable? Not equal, but equitable, depending on their needs. How is the risk minimization and safety thought about and built in? Collaboration, is it there? Autonomy, of course, as I talked about, data privacy. Now, this should not be just available for anybody and everybody to just indiscriminately use. Then accountability and liability has to be built in. And there has to be a trustworthiness, validity. So these are the principles which have been set. Having said this, we have another thing. ChatGPT has been an author. There's been a lot of debate, lots of WhatsApp forwards. People are talking that, ChatGPT is author, and then people are saying whether it should be or should not be. Should it be author? Or should it not be? Madhvi ma'am says no. No. Yes, ma'am, no. So, see, like it or not, this is from one of the curious journals. So it says already 1,000 plus in PubMed. Okay? So what ICMJE has said, and this is quoted from there, so that's why it's a little busy slide. So if you look at this, basically AI assisted technology, like chatbots as well as any kind of language models, all this. So authors must disclose if they have used any of these technology. That's the first thing. And when they submit, they have to, put it in the cover letter also. How did they use it? So that has to be described both in the cover letter and also in the submitted work, maybe in the methodology section, how the technology was used, what was the purpose, what was the utility of it. And then the next thing, this is from ICMJ, that is International Committee on Medical Journal Editors, this year, 2023 May. So they said ChatGPT or any other these chatbots should not be listed as authors. Why? Because they say they cannot be responsible for the accountability or the security or say accuracy, integrity. That's the fourth thing. That's the authorship criteria, and all have to be satisfied. So they cannot be. And then they cannot be responsible, so they are not liable to be authors. And further they say, humans are responsible for any submitted material that included the use of AI-assisted technology. And further they say, actually, we have to vouch for it, that there is no plagiarism in, if I have taken use of, any of these artificial intelligence, including not just text, but if I have used it for any image production, anything, diagram, so all that. And if you see the point before, not list the AI or technology as an author, or not even cite them. So we have to be careful. And also a word of caution, if I'm using it, it's my responsibility because it may give. Somebody said gigo, so yes, it's true. So same way, if I put in something, and I have had this experience when you ask certain things to ChatGPT, sometimes the answer is irrelevant, not connected. Now who has to decide? It's me. Whether I use it or not that way, it's me who has to decide. That's my discretion. So what's the way forward? Do we use, do we not use? So there are papers, this is from neighboring country Pakistan, ChatGPT reshaping medical education and clinical management. Okay? And they say again that it has made a significant impact. However, there are benefits of this technology. A lot of caution is required. Okay? So at this juncture, probably we are going to be a little cautious. We have to tread with caution, but we cannot deny that this is here to stay, this is going to come in, and this is going to be the future. So we have to start. This is another diagram which I came across. This is a very nice small booklet, which is ChatGPT and AI in higher education from UNESCO, a quick start guide. So if you see, if you are trying to use ChatGPT, determine whether it's safe to use it or not. And how do you determine? So does it matter if the output is true? If the answer is no, go ahead and use. But if it matters that it should be, true output, and it's quite critical for you, then do you have the expertise to verify that the output is accurate? If yes, so are you able and willing to take the full responsibility, including legal and moral, for the missed inaccuracies? And if the answer for that is also yes, possibly you can go ahead and use ChatGPT. But if you say no, I don't have the expertise, or if you say yes, I have the expertise, but I'm not going to take the responsibility, then probably it's unsafe. Consider again whether you should go ahead and use ChatGPT or not. In simple words, if the output which is given, yes sir, you want? Yes. Can we wait for 2 or 5 minutes? I'm just going to be done and then you can ask me. I'll answer if I can. Right, thank you. So basically, if I cannot verify the veracity of what the answer is given by ChatGPT or any other AI technology, I should be cautious. That's the crux, right? So having said this, what do? We all are here. This is a, Andhra Pradesh State Medical Education Conference. All of us are educators, faculty members. Some of them, of course, are students. So, as I've been saying and emphasizing, it's here to stay. Now, there are 2 ways to do this. One is, I say, forget it. I'm going to tread my path the way I've been doing it. The second is to accept, adapt, try to learn, move on. Like somebody said, computers, and sir was saying about typewriter. I've seen banks, olden days, people finally, when the computers were introduced, some of them slowly, but they used to use it. Of course, it's a matter of time when they finally learned, but that happened in post offices. So the idea is, if we don't change, probably we will become extinct. Choice is ours. What I need to understand is, and what I want you to think about is, usually academics like us, we have this question: should we do this? Would it be good for the society overall? Is it going to be conducive to the human flourishing? This is what we are bothered and we get bogged down with. Whereas the other approach, though I'm not endorsing it, maybe corporate or maybe a believers or whatever you can say, the approach is, see, anyway we are going to use it. So given that we are going to use this or do this, how can we do this, making it more ethical and ourselves less vulnerable? Don't you think this is a more important question to ponder about? So this is what I'm trying to drive home, that see, it's here to stay. We have to probably sooner or later change over, but let's look at how do we minimize the risk, how we make ourselves and our other people less vulnerable, and use it more ethically. That's the question to ponder, rather than should we use or should we not use. So to conclude, AI may be beneficial, but automation may not probably always the answer. And digital transformation still needs to be human-centric to be most effective. And please remember, if we all consider ourselves to be, healthcare professionals, we always deal with humans. So human-centric is the right way. And we have to remember that humans connect with humans. It will never be that same connect with the machines. So human and human is always above everything else. And that's what I want you all to remember. Whatever the technology, whatever the automation, whatever the AI, whatever it is, and maybe tomorrow something else comes, this is what it's going to be. Very beautifully said by Stephen Hawking, who was ahead of his time. He said, our future is a race between the growing power of technology and the wisdom with which we use it. In one sentence, he summed up the entire essence. So it's the AI which is a tool. It does not make decisions. We make decisions, not the AI. So we have to control. We cannot be slave in the hands of technology. We have to make it work for us. So with that, I would like to conclude. And I also take this opportunity for a minute to invite you all to IAPSM, that is the National Conference of Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine, to be held in Mangalore in February 8th, 9th, 10th. I'm part of the organizing committee. That's the website. So please come over. Give us the chance to host you, have the hospitality from us, and visit Mangalore. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Animesh, for the beautiful
I think there was, thank you.
talk. And I am group mate of Dr. Animesh in ACMA,
Yes,
2015 batch.
So we've known each other from then.
So I'm fortunate to have him as the speaker here. One question, it is creeping in my mind from Nachiket sir's talk also. So there are a lot of pros and cons of this AI, but I need one answer. Whether it will be included in medical education, that is a lot of debate going on, that was. But still then I want to be answered one question. So before corporate hospitals use this AI and dictate we people, before that, is it not necessary that we should include this AI in medical education so that our students will be equipped with AI, how to use that one?
Thank you for that question. Personally, I feel it's a very, very important, pertinent question, and I think we all need to consider this. To be honest and give you a very simple answer, I am a believer and I would say yes. Now, having said this, there are lots of ifs and buts. How do we do it? Can everybody do it? What are the modalities? What to include, what not? So those things we'll have to look at. But short answer, yes, we should. We should consider, maybe as Dr. Nachiket was saying, expert group or whatever, but we have to consider, and I think we have to start now. Because even if we start now, by the time we reach a level where it becomes kind of uniform or a minimum level, it will take at least 5 years. By that time, things would have progressed much more. So I think we cannot wait that, no, I will, see, today if I'm trying to board the train, I have to board it today. I can't wait for it that, okay, I'll board tomorrow or say after a week. So I think personally speaking, my opinion would be, yes, we have to start. And the other thing I would say is, wherever we have an opportunity, let's try to make an attempt and learn from it, share, pass on, because that's where we will start learning from each other. And that's where these conferences like this become very important, because this gives us a platform to interact, share ideas, network, and fall back on each other when required. So I think that's why this is important, and thank you for providing us this platform. Thank you. I think you had a question. Yes.
Yes, sir. Regarding that authorship of ChatGPT, sir.
Right.
So the question might sound funny, sir.
No, it's okay.
How can we say that ChatGPT or any other AI are not accountable? Say, I'll give an example. See, when we look at the guidelines of authorship, and many of us, among us, who not at all involved in a particular study, they are authors already. Will not go into that. But if I could remember what I read, the guidelines of authorship guidelines. If anyone involved in at least writing part of a manuscript or part of a paper can be considered as author, if I'm right.
So to answer that, first of all,
I'll finish my question.
Okay,
sir.
sorry.
Say, assume that I am using someone is using ChatGPT only to to write a discussion part in a paper, or in a particular, say for example, calculation of sample size. In that case, it should be given as an authorship. And when it comes to accountability, say like the way publication in the past, who are no more, but still like they're not accountable now, but we are using the same data now.
Right. So to answer that, give me 2 minutes to give you some background and then answer. So if you see the guidelines for authorship, they have been evolving. Now till 2013 May, if I remember correctly, 2013 for sure, we had only 3 criteria for authorship. Same ICMJ prescribed only 3 criteria. In May 2013, they brought in the 4th criteria, which is accountability. The criteria, the 3 criteria had to be, I have to be involved in the design or conception of the work, or acquisition, analysis of data, or the interpretation of data. I'm talking very, very specifically, but these are the first thing. Then comes drafting the first, draft of the manuscript. Then comes approving the final version to be submitted. Now these 3, all or none criteria. That means I have to comply with 1, 2, and 3. I cannot say I have participated only in data collection and I become an author. I participated only in drafting, I become an author. So to answer that, that's why I gave you this background. I had to comply with all the 3 criteria, and that's where I became an author. But what happened is, with these also, and as you said rightly, and it still happens, people still become authors without complying. One. Second thing, they saw that even after that, there were sometimes issues, and when the issues arose, there were lots of problems, and people washed away their hands, and they said, I'm not responsible, I was not aware, I was not aware, somebody put my... So then they brought in the 4th criteria. They said, now we have to have accountability. So if Animesh Jain's name is there, Animesh Jain cannot say tomorrow, I take all the credit, but tomorrow something goes wrong, I say, no, I have nothing to do, so-and-so put my name, I had nothing to do, I know, I was not aware of this. So that cannot be. So I have to be accountable. Okay, so that's why that came in. Now coming to the second part, so how do you say that, whatever this technology, it cannot be accountable the way humans are, and we cannot try them. I do not know of the future, but as of now, we cannot hold them accountable. At the max, if I can think of, extrapolate, and I can say, the person who created the technology, but it will be too difficult and too tedious to do that or go into it. So, point is, we cannot satisfy that criteria. And if you look at, to second part, you said that if I use only for ChatGPT for sample size or maybe just to write, again, that does not qualify them to even the other criteria. So how can we fulfill the criteria? And just to give an update, by the way, PLOS group of journals has come out with modified guidelines, and they have come up with some guidelines where PLOS medicine is excluded, but all the other PLOS will follow, PLOS journals will follow, where they have clubbed the first 2 things into the first criteria and brought the other 2 as such, so that it becomes a little easy for somebody to become an author, but they should have participated in all three. Again, not just one or two. Right? So further again, the ICMJ says these guidelines are to encourage authorship, not to disqualify or remove somebody from authorship or deny somebody. Yes, please. Your mic is not on.
Sir, I don't know much about AI, or I'm not into it, but future
Don't worry, even I don't know everything about it.
I'm predicting the future that it may come. For example, if you are posting a patient for surgery or something, we take a consent. If you are giving streptokinase, we suggest that we give the data to the patient that 70% of this is going to be successful or 30% will be like this. So the future will be maybe like we can give a suggestion to the patient, you can use this AI, this is the success rate, you give the consent and take it.
Possible.
So that may be the future what I think.
Possible, we don't know.
So for that also maybe they'll
possible, but
give
again,
the approval and...
No, possible, but again, see the situation that you said, again, I will have to keep my patient informed and I have to take the person's consent. And again, when I do that, I am also responsible that I have explained, and tomorrow he or she should not say that I was not told what I'm getting into, or you didn't tell me. You just said that you use this, I did that. So I need to have an explicit thing, and documentation is more for legal reason than ethical reasons as such. Okay, so that is also important because I have to save my skin at the end.
Sir, I have one question. What about doctor-patient relationship when the doctor is using AI, sir? Means if anything wrong happens, whether it goes to product liability or the person can sue the doctor directly.
True. So that's why I said, see, problem of many hands. Now, if I am using and I'm not telling my patient and I'm using that, like suppose I use ChatGPT and I prepare and I don't say that, I've used it. That's one situation. The other thing is, I use it and I declare and I say that this is what I've used it for. So there are two things again, situations. So I am, using a AI and I'm treating my patient and not telling that person that, I've used ChatGPT, or AI, and I have diagnosed using that, or I've taken the help of AI to treat you. That's one. So in that case, the liability is more on the, at least to my understanding, on the doctor. But if I tell that and then inform and I, tell them and then everything is black and white and informed. So tomorrow something goes wrong, I have also documented. So I will be liable, but I can also look at, and there is a possibility that, when we say that therapeutic, what you said, in therapeutic? Yeah, no, not drug monitoring. Misadventure, basically.
Therapeutic misadventure.
So that kind of a thing, so possibly that kind of a thing may crop up. So that's a possibility, I do not know. But if I don't inform, then definitely liability definitely lies with me, because I have not informed you.
Yes, because the standardization of that AI means there is no standard guidelines or who is standardizing, because that is the main part of any negligence case.
No, believe me, that's exactly the crux, and that's why they're saying that when we train these AI, and that's why they're using huge databases, and what they're now saying is it should not, suppose this AI gets built in US or Europe, you can't apply the same thing in Asian population. So you need to train AI again using the database of Asian population or Indian population, because the results will differ. So that is exactly, and that's why I told you that background. So when we train it, we have to be mindful of that. You cannot say that I directly import that technology and use it here. Right? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes? Let's use the mic, please.
I think we can put it in this way, sir, like AI can be only a helper, but not a master. Where humans are always the master, and the responsibility definitely lies with the master, not with the helper.
I concur with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we are running shortage of time, so this discussion, lot of debate going on, so we'll close this. Any person who are having any doubt, please ask him during tea time or dinner time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. P.V. Chalam, sir, along with the chairpersons, to felicitate Dr. Animesh Jain, sir. Delegates who have registered and all the dignitaries. Banquet will start at 7 o'clock in the college open auditorium. At 7 o'clock. There are a lot of cultural activities also students have planned, so please be there by 7 o'clock. Thank you. Let's go to the next session. It's narrative and reflective writing by Dr. B. Devi Madhvi Madam. She is the president of AP Medical Education Association and vice principal of Rangaraya Medical College. To chair the session, I would now call upon Dr. Revati ma'am, professor and head of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, GEMS Hospital, and Dr. Venugopal Raju sir, professor and head of Department of Physiology and vice principal of Ashram Medical College, to chair the sessions. I request Revati ma'am to please introduce our speaker to us.
Check. You can use this otherwise.
Thank you. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and dear delegates of APMEDUCON 2023. I feel honored and pleasure to introduce Dr. Devi Madhvi Madam to this program. I know Dr. Devi Madhvi since many years, and she's a dynamic lady and active member of medical education since several years. Her UG and PG from Andhra Medical College. She has got a vast experience in 28 years of teaching experience in community medicine and published more than 40 papers, peer-reviewed articles, including 6 publications on medical education topics. She is a state president of APMEA and now working as a vice principal academic and professor in HOD, community medicine, Rangaraya Medical College, Kakinada. She has got many rewards of her credit and principal investigator for projects with national institutions like ICMR and NCDIR, BARSC, academic senate member of NTR UHS 2018 and 19, and convener Regional Center for Medical Education 2020 and 22. And she has received a certificate of merit from district collectors of Kakinada and Visakhapatnam 2022 and 2011, and a State Nodal Officer Family Physician Program 2022 and Chairperson of National TB Elimination Program AP 2022, and also State Operational Research of RNTCP 2015 to 19. Now she is going to talk about narrative and reflective writing in detail. Over to you, madam.
Thank you for that kind introduction. What I'd like to say is we've had back-to-back wonderful sessions, and I still know but the clock is ticking and we have 2 more sessions. So this would be more of an interaction rather than a talk. So of course, the topic has been already revealed to you, but I'd just like to share some of the reflections that our interns have shared with me over these, in the last 2-3 months. And I have taken permission to use these reflections. These were shared with me, and they have given me permission to share these in this. So this is Sujata, who's an intern, and during her posting, when I asked her to do a reflection, this is what she has narrated. A night on a random casualty duty, I encountered a patient attender who brought an unconscious patient, checked all the vitals, and which were all normal. So she started a normal saline drip. And this is what she described next. She found that there was a swelling on the forehead and she was unconscious. and so on. It's easier for you to read than for me to read, so I'm not going through the details. So what was her learning from that? She came to know that not only vitals are crucial, even general examination of the patient is important to diagnose correctly. And the experience, what she has learned from that, is that she should make it a habit to examine the patient thoroughly so that she would not miss any detail in diagnosis. Similarly, we have Dr. Manish, an intern, posted at RHC Mamidada, where an alcoholic patient was brought, and he had met with an accident, like the patient had come with an accident, and he needed to be referred. But before that, he wanted to give him an injection TT, and for the pain, another injection. The patient started an altercation with him, saying that he was using an unsafe needle. So they looked dangerous to him. You all know in interns, like though you're posted at Mamidada, the interns are the ones only there, and they are under the medical officers generally a call away. They're not usually there. So he was scared, but he took the chance of changing the needle in front of the patient and used it. So this is how he handled that situation. So the experience, what that experience is, what it taught him was to avoid a heated argument, but he remembered that his primary treatment was first, and this experience taught him that discretion is better, and still he has to do his responsibility. Another of an intern, again, described an incident at casualty. This is what happens, I'm sure, in a busy casualty. Most of the time we see 2 to 8 p.m. There is a patient who came with gastric pain, and then he was given IV Pantop and asked to wait for 10 minutes. As the casualty was totally packed, Gauri moved to the next patient. And later they found that he had severe squeezing chest pain and also started to sweat. ECG showed MI changes, and he was put on stat dose and shifted to cardiac care unit. This incident made Gauri realize that the patients often misinterpret chief symptoms. So it is on the onus of the attending practitioner to carefully analyze the symptoms. And so this was the take-home message for that intern, that to triage the cases and prioritize accordingly. The last case that I want to share is one afternoon at casualty, a 16-year-old girl was brought with a chief complaint of abdominal pain. It was a case of physical assault by the father, and they were suspecting a pneumoperitoneum. And she needed to have a Foley's, but the child was not accepting. So this was the action taken. The intern left her alone for a few minutes and again came back, made small talk, established rapport, and then finally was able to get the consent for the insertion of the Foley. So what was the learning that the intern took from there? She realized the importance to calm down the patient, to adjust to the environment, and then make it safe for the patient. That helped her to agree to the procedure. So patient rapport is helpful to improve patient care. This is what that experience taught her, and this is what she wants to carry forward through her career and put it into practice. So these are incidents of reflections I could cajole and get from my interns. So I start here with asking, this topic, I'm not going to talk about the theory of reflection, but I would like to know how many of us here use reflections in our teaching? How many of us? 1, 2, community medicine, physiology? Yes, thank you. Okay. So, are the students ready to do the reflection? Are they prepared, and are we faculty, though reflection is a part of our BCME program and has been told, I still feel it is a often underutilized learning procedure. I'm glad we have some. And Dr. Animesh, could you share how you have been using reflection? You raise your hand, right? Yes, okay, the phone.
Yes.
I'd next like to ask Dr. Raju also next, because
what we've been doing is, in fact, we started before the NMC mandated it. We tried out in 2016. We had a batch of students posted for community diagnosis. So what I did was two things. One was a questionnaire kind of a thing, and then we also we briefed them that we wanted them to reflect back on the posting and also some of the instances that they encountered during their visit to the community, and what were the learnings that they, and if possible, if a small instance or something they could bring in. And I won't say that we were 100% perfect, but some of those, and I still have preserved them, beautifully written. Small things like, we visited a particular house and, they were so welcoming, and then we saw that they were actually economically challenged and they did not have money for the medicine, and then we realized that, we need to look at how we can do something for these poor patients, and so many kind of things, And then somebody talked about one, and that gave me an insight. They said that I interacted with a child, and now I understand that how we have to interact with a child when it comes to in the pediatrics or something. So that was, and this is like second year, just started in second year. So this is what 2016. Over a period of time now, of course, we make them do, and even with family adoption, we are making them do reflections. So what happens is, what we do is, in fact, now we have started in the kind of a large group, we ask some of them to just get up and share if they are willing to, not just write it, but also share.
Narration.
So narration. So they talk, and that's what we are doing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can I have from the first year, so like here, Dr. Raju is a physiologist, so I would like to know how physiologists use reflection. Because very often we think that reflection is only in patient encounters, but I'd like to know how they are using.
Very good afternoon, everybody. I am a faculty from Andhra Medical College, Visakhapatnam. Normally, in the early years of mine, I feel I was not a very good teacher. I felt it after I have taken a feedback from my students. So once they have given me that, what I understood was, whatever you're going through is you're not going to deliver the content. They can also read. What we want is you deliver the essence of it so that the student understands everything. So what I reflected in my life from what I have taken a feedback from my students is how to improve myself being a better teacher. Then in the long run, the students start respecting you, then where you take the act up and you become a better teacher for tomorrow, and the students start liking you as much. That's what I felt in my life to reflect. I started, after getting those feedbacks, I started introspecting myself. What changes do I need to make for myself in order to become a better teacher, or in order to deliver the best things out, whichever I can.
Yes. Thank you. True, we all do reflection, both in our personal life or for our professional growth. So, but as a tool in our medical curriculum, are we putting optimal use of reflection? It is a very much part. If you see in AIT-Com, many of the modules, they say, is there a reflection? But are we able to do it? And what is the reason why we are not using reflection? So we just go to the outline of the session would be what is reflection and its role in medical education, the models of reflection, and approaches to promote reflective learning and assessment of reflection. So an honest confession, in my preparation for this session, I went into further details about assessment of reflection. Otherwise, I was also having a lot of gray areas in that aspect. So reflection is a metacognitive process that occurs before, during, and after situations with the purpose of developing greater understanding of both the self and the situation, so that future encounters, when we are again facing a similar experience, we would be better equipped to do the way we would want to do it. So our experience of the past tells us, gives us some learning, and we are better equipped to deal with the situation. So that is reflection. The key word being a metacognitive process. So metacognitive process is nothing but thinking about thinking or learning about learning. So what we mean is we go through the experience again to try to analyze it and see what it is. So we have models of reflection. So many of us who have undergone the advanced course of medical education would remember the simplest way we talk about. So we describe the experience, and then we tell us what it has taught us, and then how it's going to help us in the future. But you see, 1988 itself, so this was the Gibbs reflective cycle, tells about description, giving an incident like I've told the 4 examples that the interns have shared, and then what feelings that experience has evoked in them, and what was good about the experience. So some of them had good experiences, like the girl with when she had a patient rapport was established and the girl consented for the Follies. That was a good experience. Whereas the other intern, he had a bad experience. He missed out a diagnosis. The person had an MI and he missed out the diagnosis. So that was a bad experience. So such evaluations are a part of your reflection. And then what else should we have done in that situation is an important component of reflection. And so if the further, again, subsequently, if you had to deal with a similar situation, how you are going to act. So this is how Gibbs' reflective cycle defines reflection. Sean's reflection in action and on action also tell us, as the words explain, is how the reflection can happen during the experience or after the experience. Subsequently, also we have another term like reflection before action. Especially if you see now, we say, like I'll show you in the next few slides, sometimes we are moving beyond individual reflection. Sometimes the activities that we take may be a collective experience, like for example, a complicated surgery. So the team, the surgeon and his work team, all have to get together. So then there may be a scope for group reflection. And this will happen before they go in for the surgery because of their past experience. So that may be also called a reflection before action. So Kolb's experiential learning cycle is what we all know. All of us have an experience. So this experience can be, mind you, so for the faculty who are here, so till recently, even I was under the impression that reflection would be only with regard to patient encounters, but I've had the opportunity to listen to a colleague who spoke. A lesson, listening to a lecture can be an experience for the student. And then reflecting on that experience can be what the student do. Two students hear to the same lecture, but their perception would be different, their understanding, and then what to make out of it, what learning to get from that would vary, and then how they respond. So like this is the Kolb's experiential learning cycle. And this is again another type of cycles. We will not go through this. So the educational theories. So earlier when we were talking about the pre-CBME batch, pre-CBME theories of education were mostly the behaviorist theory, and it was teacher-centered learning. So there was not much role for reflection. However, now we've moved on to learner-centered learning. So here the focus is on individual reflection. And subsequently, we also have social learning. So individuals make meaning of knowledge based on the interactions with the world, with the people around them. And knowledge is not absolute. So having a group reflection sometimes helps us to get experiences. So what are the uses? So there's a slide missing. So what is the purpose of role of reflection in medical education? So we are all talking about deep learning. So today we said one of the roles of the Indian medical graduate, sir, has started from the morning itself. We want them to be lifelong learners. We want them to have professionalism. So we want them to be good clinicians. So they need to have the abilities to critically think. So the deep learning, how does it come? Unless you analyze the situation and you do not, we talk about it. So next. So reflection promotes deep learning. So reflection is for improving learning. We saw in the first case, so there was a gap in the learning of the patient, of the person. He did not know that a person comes with pain, abdomen. He only thought of a gastric problem. He did not suspect it to be an MI. So that was a gap. So reflection can also be for establishing a good therapeutic relationship. Ultimate goal of medical professionals is for providing human and humane health care or medical care to the patients. So to establish this good patient care, we need to have a relationship with the patient. So an encounter, another intern shared with me. So he was in a busy OP, and when it was almost 2 o'clock, and then there was an old person who came and asked for some advice for some medication. And this person was already stressed out dealing with all the cases from the morning. He shouted at him. And the person put a very sad face. That made the intern again, he came away after that incident, he reflected on it, and he realized that that person had waited all the time with his suffering to be seen by a doctor, but he was just shouted and sent away. So that again made him reflect, and he realized that he made this thing that in the next such situations he would not do it. So this type of learning comes if you reflect. Okay. So the third point where the role of reflection is for professional development. So as we said, so medicine is not it's not an easy thing. So like the textbook cases are not what you see outside in the real world. Each case may be a unique case. So when you're dealing with such unique situations, so by reflecting on them, it gives you an opportunity to better handle new situations. So these are how reflections can help. So approaches to promote reflection. So encourage learners. So first thing is the educational strategies. We have educational strategies. That is, first the student or the learner should have motivation. The motivation to understand. So very often, like the purpose, why we give an assignment, we tell them to do reflection without telling them why you need to do reflection. So if the students are told why reflection is needed, for them to develop deep learning or to explore their emotions and so on, then they would do it better. So motivation of the student can be both intrinsic or it could be extrinsic based on the learning environment. Next, it would also depend upon developing the metacognitive skills. Very often, this I'm sure Dr. Lavanya will agree, if you ask your students to write a reflection, do they do it voluntarily or do we need to prod them to do it? Both? Yeah. So when I asked my students, yes? Yeah, exactly. That is what they do it. They copy the reflections. And reflection would be nothing but writing only the incident. They don't write about the next two parts of it. So, yes, please.
Recently, for family adoption program, 5th semester students are coming now, ma'am. 5th semester, we are taking them for FAP now. I asked them to write reflection. Surprisingly, they were not taught how to write reflection. They are already in 5th semester now, but they were not taught how to write reflection. That's why they were hesitating. But later on, one student somehow got up, though others were pulling his leg not to get up. He got up and he asked me, "Ma'am, please teach how to write reflection." So we should identify that also, because students may not come out also.
Yeah, so that brings us to this crux of the situation. Who teaches them how to write reflection? When is it taught?
Yeah, that's what. It should be taught in foundation course.
I think it is there in foundation course, but again, Chalam sir, like I didn't want to make a discussion out of it, but how many people join in the first counseling? In a government medical college itself, I see only 50 students or 100. And then the foundation course is supposed to be over within, and the joining date is given. So what to do with those 50? We can't start the theory class. So we start the foundation course. And In 8th Com, we talk the modules, but we don't teach them about how to do reflection.
In ADCOM have been assigned that about reflection. You reflect about the topics.
Yes, sir, but
whatever you have seen
reflection?
the patients, that is a part of the thing which they learn.
True. But who teaches? They're taught how to write an essay, how to do an MCQ, but nobody taught them about how to do. Like, till I went for my ACMA, I did not know about reflection.
So he is somewhat immature. She cannot pick up all the things which we are telling, like reflection, all these things. So that's why we teach anatomy, biochemistry, then we throw them into hospital. But now, on contrary, we are adding all these things into their mind simultaneously. So they are confused what is what. That is what I feel.
Biochemistry, physiology,
All of them
every
have.
logbook is having. Every logbook says that reflection has to be written for every session. So it has to be taught in the beginning itself. And if we are not teaching, that's our fault, not the students'
So it is
fault.
not about teaching, madam. Teaching is a different thing. Learning is completely different thing. So they are not ready to learn. So that is the problem. They are so immature that we are bombarding them with all high funda knowledge, which we ourselves are finding it difficult to understand in the first semester itself.
Sir, if I may interrupt, because we have a lot of young audience here.
Yes.
I am sure they would not accept if you say they are so immature. I always think that we set the bar about what they should. They are very brilliant. That's why they're here. So what is expected of them is what should be told to them. Would you be able to rise to the situation if you are told this is expected of you, the students? Yes or no? If we are told that you are supposed to write reflections and this is what reflection is, would you be able to do it or not? So,
Only one is original book. Rest of the books are copies only. Log books. Many times it happens.
yes, that is there. So, see, that is because very often, I do agree with you that the demographic of our medical students is younger than, they're not as mature as the Western world medical students. So, but I think the change needs to be making them more responsible. When you're saying learner-centered.
So that's what I am telling, madam. They are capable. See, they are quite capable, but we are not giving them so much room to come up. So we are bombarding with too much and asking them to reflect. Reflection itself is a higher cognitive phenomenon. So it requires a lot of intelligence and individuality. So that individuality is being killed in Chaitanya Narayana, first of all.
So,
sir, see, so
we'd like to have Dr. Chelam sir's words or anything you were going to add, sir?
See, individuality is, see, to have a reflection, it is not a very big thing which cannot be done by the students.
Yes, sir.
See, reflection can be done with from a child also. You ask one child to touch a hot pan, what happens? It will burn. First time he will touch. Second time again you take him, will he touch? His age is only 1 year. Will he touch?
No, sir.
Why he won't touch? Because he has reflected that last time I have touched it has burnt, so this time he should not touch. So what was the age of the child? 1 year.
1 year.
When 1 year child can reflect, this 17 years child cannot reflect.
Sir,
They
I
can
am again telling you, they know how to reflect, but they are not interested.
No, that's
Okay.
what.
No. So
what is your
the
role?
whole thing is motivation.
Role of the teacher is to create that interest.
Create.
Yes. Yes, they are not interested. Role of the teacher is to create interest.
Yes.
Remaining thing they will do.
Yes.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Remaining thing they will do.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I want to add one more thing. I think we are sometimes underestimating. I do not know about the different boards and all that, but CBSE's curriculum itself, if you see, there are lots of things which have actually changed, and many of the things, I'll tell you, our daughter now is in 10th, and I was surprised. She's talking about bicuspid and tricuspid valves. I don't think I did any of these things even in 12th or probably in 11th, 12th I learned those things properly. So that's the kind of thing. The other thing is, a lot of those CBSE and good schools have a lot of faculty development. We are talking about these, flipped classroom. We are talking about this jigsaw. You won't believe 4 years back, our daughter, when we were discussing, my wife and I both happened to be in medical education, and she said, "You're talking about jigsaw." I said, "What do you understand?" She described the whole thing, what they had undergone in school. So we are underestimating and we are not realizing what potential there is. I think we need to change our way we think. And as a parent also, we have to encourage, because many times when things are being done, as a parent, we are more protective and we say, no, ye to mera bachcha abhi kya karega. That shouldn't be the attitude. I think we have to look at differently.
Sir, that's why I am looking at it very much differently. Sir, hundreds of times we think that from our side we think that students, yes, they should reflect. Why these people are doing like this, like this? From their side, nobody is thinking, reflecting.
Okay,
so this is the ground reality, madam. So they are quite capable. But why they are not doing is the question.
So let us introspect for ourselves also and proceed with the session. Yes, can we proceed with the session? Can we proceed with the session? So there's not much. So educational strategies to develop reflection is motivation. Motivation for the students to develop reflection. Develop metacognition skills. So when first I asked my students to write about reflection, so I said, write about any incident which had an impact on you. Everything was routine, ma'am. Did nothing leave something in you, evoke some emotions in you, made you feel something. Then they slowly came out with these wonderful reflections. So the first step of you need to develop metacognition skills. Ante me learning should be deep learning. When I asked them in phase 1 of part 3, that third professional year, part 1, what is the treatment for tuberculosis? He's got a first class in pharmacology, but he would not be able to recall he or she would not be recalling the treatment or the decisions. That is because the students or the learners are currently, we are not focusing on the deep learning. So we need to remember why we are in this subject and why we need to do it. It's not just for passing exams. So that is what. So metacognition skills, that is learning about learning or thinking about thinking, is nothing but first notice the environment. Okay, and then the processing. So what was this situation? Why did it happen like this? What is the emotions that I have? Why was I not able to make a diagnosis? Why did I not make a diagnosis of MI when this person presented with these symptoms? So questioning yourself is the next component. And then, so next time, so after that you will read up, you will search your resources and then identify what you need to do for future action. So this can happen through storytelling. As I said, reflection, when I say many times the students hate to put anything on paper. But if you ask them to tell, they're very ready. So narrative, storytelling can be encouraged, and reflection need not always be with a teacher. It can be among peers. So peers, sharing experiences with peers make it more safe for them. They may sometimes be afraid of judgment by the faculty. So reflective storytelling and writing are some of the educational strategies we need to follow. So using digital media, all of them have very smart phones, so they can take pictures and just make a story out of it and share that as a thing. Guided reflection with supportive challenge, and always provide feedback. No use if I just take reflections and keep it with me unless I give feedback to the student again. So which it could be a positive feedback or again scope for improvement. So many times the student or the learner themselves are not aware of how they behave in that experience. So feedback also provides for that. So just an honest confession, these approaches to promote reflection, I used yesterday chatbot or chat GPT to find these just to see how it is. But I personally think, and again I cross-checked with my sources, they are quite accurate. So we need to be, the faculty need to be the facilitators, and approach to reflection. Reflection can be promoted in lectures, discussions, and practical sessions also. Incorporating art and literature may be more useful in the Western world, but we can use cinema. So when we saw Shankar Dada, that evokes empathy in us. So that movie gives you a story of reflection. So like many other forms of art, so this role of humanities will be told by Manaswini tomorrow. And structured debriefing sessions after clinical experiences also help us to know about reflections. And mindfulness training, so being aware of the moment. So many times we pass our day without being aware of what we are doing. So mindfulness training is also an essential skill that learners need to develop for improving their reflective meditation practices. So how do we reflect? How can reflection be assessed? Yes, definitely. When we write a reflection, I'm sure Lavanya will agree, a diffuse reporting of the event. So-and-so incident came, so-and-so came, they don't write the date, they don't write what the narration correctly. That is diffuse reporting. So objective reporting is little better than that, where they give in a more constructed way the event which happened, which they want to talk about. Emotional experience in a reflection occurs when they not only describe the incident, the happening, but what that incident did to them emotionally. So did they feel sad? Did they get angry? Did they feel happy? And then did they feel inadequate to face the situation? Committed reflection is the ultimate reflection that we want to see in our students, where in order to what emotions or what gaps they have identified, how next time they're going to not face this similar sort of emotion by overcoming that gap, either by learning or by reflecting on the emotions that they have occurred and ensuring that they do not do those. So this is a way we can do assessment of reflection. Another way is also by grading. As you see, grade E and F are not very good grades to be given, whereas grade A would be a good way to assess a reflection. So in conclusion, reflection in medical education is invaluable for the holistic development of healthcare professionals, and it enhances their clinical skills, emotional intelligence, and empathy. And we as educators play a crucial role in promoting and facilitating these things. So these are my references, and I thank the audience for their patient listening. Thank you so much.
Madam, it's a It's a good interactive as well as reflective session, madam, of various experience of the audience as well as your reflections onto the session. Now my request is to throw some light on the time frame challenge of writing reflections in the given time frame of the 9 to 4 and the CBME time frame of 12 months or 11 months, and the time frame challenge for evaluating all the reflections or assessment of reflections. So it can be done, but how can you achieve that with a given time frame?
Sir, as we were talking about in the morning also, so very often we tend to use the entire hour given to us. As faculty, we have been told that we have to engage the student for the entire 1 hour taking a session. So why don't we take the important features and the last 10 minutes we can use for them to summarize, write a reflection. That would be one way to do it.
Yes, madam. Then how to assess, madam?
How to assess? Again, as I said, peer assessment, just as we make them do their MCQs or as a short as answers, questions, they correct, depending on the type of incident that we are asking them to reflect upon. If it was a reflection of a class that was taken, I think their own classmate can do the assessment, provided we give them the guidelines on what is to be expected. So as I said, did they describe, if you go back to this, so describing an event, poor description. So what was taught in the class? If today's class was on, National Health Program, NP-NCD, and they stopped there. So that means they haven't done a good reflection. So if they're able to say, the NP-NCD program made me realize the importance of educating the community about prevention of lifestyles, and I'm going to incorporate that in my next clinical posting, then they would get a grade A. So these are the guidelines we'd like to give. And so I think only thing is we faculty need to be ready for doing this little bit. So I honest confession, I use reflection only for interns. I haven't done. So I also the time challenge. So what I do is I ask them to send a mail to me. So when I'm free, I look at the mail and then I respond. This is what I was doing at Andhra Medical College. At Rangaraya Medical College, in their logbook, it is incorporated. I look at it and I give them feedback. So
thank you, madam.
Thank you. So this is one area where I think AI still hasn't forayed into. Or actually it has? Okay, then, then maybe they shouldn't be told about it now so that they do their own reflection. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I request Dr. Jyoti Padmaja, ma'am, to please come and felicitate Dr. Devi Madhvi, ma'am, along with the chairpersons, please. Thank you. Before we start the next session, I have a small announcement. There will be a general body meeting of AP Medical Educators Association State General Body Meeting. Request all the APMEA members to stay back after the session for the general body meeting. After Dr. Venugopal Rao sir's addressing the session, the next session, there will be a parallel session. The faculty presentations, paper and poster presentations will be in the general medicine demo room, which is in the second floor. Simultaneously, the last session will be going on here. But right now, we have our next speaker, Dr. T. Venugopal Rao Garu, Academic Director, ex-registrar, former registrar from MIMS Medical College. Sir is a professor and HOD of Anesthesia Department from MIMS Medical College. He will be talking on pitfalls in current PG assessment. To chair the session, I would call upon Dr. Raviteja, Professor and Head of the Department of Anatomy, GEMS Medical College, and Dr. Srihar Rao sir, Professor of General Surgery from SWIMS, Professor and Head from SWIMS, to chair the sessions. Request Venugopal Rao sir to please come out to the dais.
Good afternoon to all the delegates. It is my privilege and pleasure to introduce a stalwart in medical education, Dr. T. Venugopal Rao Garu, Professor Anesthesiology, former registered Dr. NTR University of Health Sciences, presently Academic Director of MIMS, Vijayanagaram. Sir did his undergraduation in Guntur Medical College and his post-graduation from Rangaraya Medical College. Worked as Vice Principal, Guntur Medical College, Superintendent in GGH Guntur, and in several other private medical colleges after he left the government college. He has got many awards and publications for his credit. He chaired many national and international conferences and is a member of many national academic bodies. So with this introduction, I welcome you, sir, to share your rich and valuable academic experience to our audience.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Raviteja, for your introduction. Good evening to all faculty members. Purchase. So I am very happy to see my old friends and other members of medical education unit. Dr. Both Chalams are there here. PV Chalam and Ravi Venkatachalam and Madam Madhavi Garu and my MIMS faculty members, medical education unit members. Very good evening to you all. So after a reflective writing by Dr. Devi Madhavi, so this is a little bit hard to digest. This is a situation postgraduate evaluation, we know. So disclaimer is, if anybody hurts by some of the comments, don't think otherwise. It is not a personal. So here, I started my journey in Guntur Medical College, 1975. So later I did my post-graduation, Rangaraya Medical College, 85. So after that, I'm working as a professor, joined as assistant professor after working 2 years. Then professor, I got promotion professor as 2000. This JIPMER has changed entirely my vision towards the medical education. I have attended NTTC training. After that, I know what are the basic things of the teaching. Till then, I am not aware how to teach. Routinely, we are by default, we are teachers. So after that, 2007, this is 2006, 2007, I had an opportunity to work as a registrar, NTR Health University. So that made me a great opportunity, that has given a great opportunity to learn not only from my colleagues, students, and everybody, from everybody I have learned. And the next step is, this is the FIMER Fellowship. 2008, I did my FIMER Fellowship. That has given exposure to global education. NTTC has given within India, and FIMER, a lot I have learned that has implemented in the administration of NTR Health University, and some academic reforms also we made it. So I have to thank you for my teachers who made me today what I am. So I would like to focus the responsibility of a doctor. So here, patient-doctor community. So this is the interface. This is the interface. So what we are teaching is trust from the society and accountability to society. So these are the two fundamentals as a physician we have to owe to the society. And this responsibility extends to all medical institutions. We as medical teachers, we have to teach our residents regarding this trust from the society and accountability to society. The social accountability of medical education means willingness and ability to adjust the needs of the patient and healthcare. If I remember, in Coimbatore, NHP conference, national conference, they have taken social accountability of the medical education as a theme. I think some of you have attended that. So let us see accountability of the physician practice in India. It was published recently in April 2023 in Asian Journal of Psychiatry. So basically they have mentioned erosion of trust with a significant deterioration of the doctor-patient relationship globally. So that is the main thing the public has not showing trust in current physicians. And the second thing is lack of accountability towards the society. And this loss of confidence attributed to multiple factors, not only single factor, because the consumerism is there and the training what we are imparting and the working environment, all this contributing to the loss of confidence to the physician. And a study in India present lack of accountability as a reason for consumer dissatisfaction in healthcare. This was Fadke et al. 2013. They published lack of accountability is the main reason for consumer dissatisfaction. Now, today the question is, how can we build accountability to our postgraduates? So I would like to mention here ABME. The healthcare environment becomes increasingly complex, challenging. We know technology has introduced it into the practice, and patient transparency we are asking, and communication is taken as a part. So the value of certification is more important than ever. As medical teachers, before certifying a resident or a postgraduate, we have to give value to the certification. Unless he has the eligibility, we can't certify the resident. So training postgraduate, if you see, it would provide, we have to provide the resident has to provide after his training high quality health care, because he is a specialist and he has to provide the high quality health care. The training should have a clear objectives. So now NMC has draft published PG CBME curriculum. So they have asked for the, requested for the opinions, and I hope there was a big debate has gone in our medical education group also. So I have seen that comments also, lot of some are pro, some are against for that. So the training should have a clear objective, and it is a competency based now, and it should be well planned and evaluated. It should be a continuous evaluation of the training of the resident, and it should be supervised and delivered by the guide. So we know each guide has 2 or 3 postgraduates. So I'll ask some of my faculty members, how many of the guides they are continuously monitoring the postgraduate entrusted to their unit, and how many guides they are evaluating continuously? Kindly answer. 1. So that reflects the things, the current situation of the postgraduate residents. And we have to give special emphasis on the attitude and behavior of the resident, and communications, and also UG teaching and ethics, which is lacking in the old curriculum. So the now NMC has taken into consideration these also. So if you quickly go through the purpose of PG training assessment, they have mentioned 5 components of 5 purposes for the PG training. But at present, only to grant a license to provide special services with acceptable levels of competence. So we are certifying we are not certifying the competencies of the postgraduate. And the current trend is, once the postgraduate joined in the course, he thinks that he'll get the degree. So that culture has developed in the entire country. I'm not blaming in one institution. It has developed in the entire country. Once he'll admitted that thing, he'll get that his degree, his or her degree. So that culture we have to break. We have to produce a competent and compassionate specialist to have accountability towards the society. So for that, assessment is the primary mechanism. We have to monitor the resident, and it will help to give the feedback for correction of the resident also. So my title is not only pitfalls, it is challenges also. So what are the challenges we are going to face in the postgraduate training? Increasing number of the seats. So that is a big. So if you see general medicine 30, radiology 30, general surgery 30. So how can we cope up with the increasing number of residents with available clinical material and faculty members? That is a big question for all. The second thing is the admission into PG resident is only by ranks obtained in the NEET PG. We have seen 0 percentile also we have admitted. So how can we expect quality in a postgraduate training? The third thing is most of the colleges shortage of faculty to supervise the postgraduate throughout the course. Recently NMC has mentioned in the press release 260 colleges entire country they are having ghost faculties, shortage of faculty. So how can we expect a PG for training properly and evaluation? Then another thing is challenge we have to face for training the postgraduates, inadequate clinical material and training facilities. We know some of the institutions they are not having adequate clinical material and training facilities as per the norms of the NMC. But we are training. So that means we are not training properly our residents. We are not focusing on the accountability towards the society. And what is the ultimate? Lack of proper exposure to different settings of the clinical environment with variety of cases. How can we expect a resident who is going to complete work independently in different settings? Different settings, secondary, primary care settings, and emergency. So all these areas we have to think how is going to work. The other challenges is the current curriculum. Of course, CBME has not at all gazette notification we have not received. The current curriculum lacks emphasis on topics, medical ethics, health economics, and behavioral sciences. So these three subjects are important for a postgraduate training. So I hope that here we are having the NMC member advisor PV Chalam kindly advise these things to introduce into the PG curriculum. And research, we all know, we are not focusing at all at the residency level. The research we are not focusing. And outdated assessment system. So that's why the first slide I have focused, 75 I have joined MBBS. So 25 I am going to complete 50 years of my journey in the medical field. But still the post-graduation we are following the old assessment system. 1 long case, 2 short case. For example, in my department, anesthesia department, if you see, we are giving only 5 or 6 long cases, thyroid, liver, lung, mitral stenosis, and 8 short cases. The postgraduate, they have to mug up all these and they have to vomit during the final examinations. Is it going to help to the student or society? That is $1 million question I left to you. And another thing is, most important thing is, no formal training in the current evaluation system. So we are focusing on the basic, revised basic training and advanced, but we have to conduct specialized training on the evaluation systems. The medical education units, with the help of the NMC and regional centers, we have to conduct evaluation workshop in each college. So all the faculty members should be trained in current evaluation system. Then with this current training, what is the outcome? So the postgraduate, he is unable to manage a variety of critical cases independently after completion of their clinical training. And it has been identified, often they fail to perform their clinical practice despite scoring well in the examinations. So he'll come out with beautiful scores in the examination, but he's failing in the society for discharging his clinical duty. So if you see the reasons for this, physicians' poor performance could be attributed either to limited clinical experience or to the poor assessment methods. So assessment is very, very important in postgraduate training. The major challenge for medical educators, we have to identify the pitfalls in the current assessment in the postgraduate training, and we have to suggest some measures to correct this. So let us see. The current PG examination, we all know there are 4 steps. First step include dissertation work. Unless he will finish the dissertation work, he is not eligible for writing the final exam. We know how the dissertation work is going on. It is just a ritual. Nobody is focusing seriously on the dissertation. And the second step is written examinations. We are testing only cognitive domain. 4 papers we are giving, first basic sciences, the remaining applied and recent advances. And now we are having the 10 short essays. And it is different in different universities. So the pattern is different. There is no uniformity in the theory paper. And the third step is practical or clinical examination. So we have to assess the psychomotor skills and other skill-related competencies in different techniques and the procedures we are supposed to test during these examinations. But wholeheartedly, we can say it is not happening properly in the clinical examination also. Already I told. Limited cases, they'll spell it out. And another thing is the examiners, they're not seeing while the resident is examining the patient on the bedside. Just we are sitting in the room and we are allocating the cases. They are seeing the cases and they'll be guided by some of the faculty members. They're coming and they're reading. So the attitude, the behavior, the communication skills, we are not measuring. That is a pitfall. And the fourth step is viva. Again, this is a unstructured viva we are following. So we need structured viva for the assessment of the residents. So there was a study by Mohan, published in Journal of Physiology and Pharmacology in December 2021. That is regarding the perception of postgraduate trainees in India. The number is 274 postgraduates they have taken into consideration throughout the country. They have taken the feedback. You can see here, the assessment was conducted quarterly 45% and monthly 17%. 25% participants, residents, there is no assessment, internal assessment or you call other assessment. Just finally they are appearing for the final examination. Then coming to the, I was surprised to see this one. Emphasis on soft skills and ethics were 60%, they have mentioned it was focused. But I was surprised. I don't know, 60% is not a right percentage. And another thing is, 52% got appropriate and adequate feedback from the guides. And 25% receives feedback only sometimes. That means another 23%, 28%, they are not at all receiving the feedback. Unless we'll give the feedback continuously, assessing the resident continuously and give feedback, he can't improve, he can't develop. And another thing is research. It is unguided for research. Better not to talk about the research in the post-graduation. So the ultimate is what somebody has coined, not fit for the future. That means the current evaluation system is not fit for the future and it is not sufficiently reliable, authenticate or fair. So we know the assessment is not going fairly. and it doesn't support high standards of education for all. There is no equality also. So these are the three reasons why they coined this. The current residents, it is not generalized, most of the residents not fit for the future. So what are the gaps in the current assessment systems? So morning they have written the written examinations. Only we are going to test the cognitive knowledge. That is only one aspect of the competency. And traditional clinical examination basically tests narrow range of clinical skills. So we are within the time frame, we are testing a narrow range of clinical skills of the resident. And assessment technical skills also, we are not focusing appropriately within the time limit. And there is a variability, wide margin of variability between one examiner and another examiner. If you see the theory, if I evaluate the theory paper, I will award some marks, and if Chalam will award some marks. So there is no uniformity for theory examination. That's why most of the centers, they have introduced structured multiple choice questions, problem-based multiple choice questions instead of theory. And this was published National Board of Medical Examination, the ESA, from 1960 to 63, 3 years involving 10,000 medical students, that the correlation of independent evaluation by 2 examiners was less than 0.25. So we can see. And it has also been demonstrated the luck of the draw. Yes, for the clinical examination, we are putting the cheats and we are writing the numbers for the cases, and it is the luck of the student. Sometimes he may pick the easy case, sometimes he may pick the difficult case. So that also a gap in the current PG evaluation. So if you see, for completion sake, I have mentioned here the DNB examination pattern. Theory examination at the end of training, they will conduct, and unless the trainee passed in the theory examination, is not eligible to appear for the clinical examination. But here in our system, so theory examination, some students, they are doing fairly well in the clinical examination, but they are failing in the theory examinations. So if we introduce, unless they will complete the theory, we should allow the student for the final examination, practical examination. The second thing is clubbing of the students in different recognized centers they are doing. DNB is doing clubbing of the centers, selected centers, they are clubbing and they are posting the students to give the clinical examination. And assessment is centralized. Centralized assessment is there other than the training centers, original training centers. So they are uniformly, they are giving the questions through the net, and the students has to take that examinations, clinical examination. And examiners are the third party. The examiners in our current system is the guides, the HOD or professor who is training, and another 2 external examiners, and 4 exams they are conducting. But here in the DNB, the examiners are other than the guide. And more emphasis they are giving in the history taking, eliciting clinical science, diagnosing and communication skills. So I have attended 2 or 3 DNB examinations. In Osmania recently I went there. So the examiners, they are observing the student, how he is reacting with the patient, how he is taking the history, how he is communicating. So that we have to introduce into our system also. And Viva, they kept as a different centers. The current Viva in our system is just we are keeping the 4 examiners, 4 rooms, we will distribute, and we are unstructured Viva we are following. Unstructured Viva. If they fail in clinicals, they need not write theory also. In the DNB, if they fail in clinicals, they need not write the theory again. But in our system, they have to write both the theory and clinicals. So this is about the DNB. So how can we suggest a better evaluation system? The assessment of PG trainee shall be continuous, because we are going to implement the CBME. Whether it is UG or PG, the CBME curriculum is same. The level of in-depth level of knowledge and a level of skills will differ. So we have to monitor that trainee continuously, and we have to include communication skills, attitude, ethics, teaching skills, and research ability. And the current logbook which we are following is not at all suitable for the CBME curriculum. So I hope Dr. P.V. Chellam will suggest. NMC, of course, they have mentioned about the e-logbook, but we didn't receive that format of the e-logbook or portfolio. The current logbook is not sufficient for the continuous assessment. And for evaluation of the clinical and procedural skills, we can use work-based assessment in different settings. So not only in the ward, in the emergency, community level, OT, ICU, different settings we have to observe the resident. Work-based assessment, most of the premier institutes, they have introduced this work-based assessment. And of course, thesis and pedagogy shall be given important. At present, there is no importance for the thesis. So cognitive domain, instead of 10 marks questions, we can introduce structured MCQs, high-level MCQs we can introduce, and that will give a reliability and validity compared to theory evaluation. And those who are successful in written test only allowed to clinicals or practicals. And summative evaluation may be by examiners other than the training faculty. That means peer evaluation, third-party evaluation is another thing to improve the quality of the postgraduate evaluation. And for clinical assessment, procedure skills, we can use the OSCE skill labs with checklist. Structured, we have to use. So this is the suggested system of evaluation. OSCE, of course, all of the faculty members, they know about the OSCE. It is objective, and reproducibility is there, and easy recall is there. And there is a predetermined criteria is there for OSCE stations, and it covers broad range like problem solving, communication skills, decision making, and patient management abilities. We can create many OSCE stations depending on the situation. So the only problem with OSCE is more difficult to organize, and it needs a lot of hours we have to spend. We need manpower also. So I'll skip this disadvantages, advantage of OSCE. Then one more tool for postgraduate assessment is portfolio. The NMC has introduced portfolio bar e-logbook. I don't know why they have kept Dr. P.V. Chellam may answer. The NMC has given portfolio bar e-logbook. So they have to confine to only one or both. And in competency-based education, strong focus we have to give to the outcome basis, outcomes and professional performance of the resident. That is the need of the hour. And the portfolio has been used as an instrument. There is a difference between the logbook and a portfolio. Logbook is, it is a record of the events what the resident has done, whereas a portfolio is an instrument to collect to all the workplace-based assessment and feedbacks given by the faculty members that was using in the Netherlands and United States. The use of portfolio in postgraduate medical education as an assessment tool is recommended. So the clinical competency, how we are going to assess? This is the biggest challenge for clinicians. The formal, structured, circumscribed. There are three types of assessment tools in the clinical competence. Number one is formal, structured, circumscribed, ex vivo evaluations. That is written examinations, oral examinations, and OSCE. So these are the ex vivo evaluations. The second thing is formal, structured, circumscribed, in situ observations of clinical performance. That is mini clinical examinations. So this is the best tool for clinical examination. We have to train to the residents. So day to day we can apply this mini CX. And the third one is what we call as ITER, in training evaluation report. This is informal, unstructured, cumulative, in situ evaluation by different people, not only the guide, faculty members, nurses, and third-party peers. we have to collect this evaluation. The multiple choice questions, of course, it is a long-standing tradition in medical education. We can use it instead of the theory examination. So a word about the ITER. The most common form of clinical evaluation continues to be the in-training evaluation report. This model of evaluation involves informal, unstructured observation of the trainees over an extended period and accumulation of the impressions derived from the observations into integrated, so that is a summative assessment. It is a weak tool for identifying learners. The drawback is it is a weak tool for identifying learners who are experiencing clinical difficulties. So that is the drawback of the ITER. And there are certain barriers to effective document of the clinical performance. The several studies have demonstrated that there is a problem with documenting. So we are seeing in the logbooks, the logbooks, faculty members, they are not at all honestly writing the remarks. Just casually they are taking into consideration. So that is there are some barriers. The problem with the documentation. That means unwillingness to record negative evaluations regarding the resident or postgraduate. Maybe so many reasons are there. We can't blame the faculty members, so many reasons are there. And the problem was rated as 74.5% by the respondents. There was a survey was done regarding the barriers, and it was 74% failed to record the negative evaluation of the residents. That means failure to fail. I kept this word in the group also, failure to fail. So we are fail in our duty to failure a ineligible resident, failure to fail. So Dudek et al. Described several administrative issues, and the reasons they have identified failure to fail. So let us see what are the points they have identified. There were not well-established administrative structures so to record the assessment. So administrative structure, it is not a structured administrative structure, and administration, they are not going to support if any faculty, honestly, if they are going to write negative remarks regarding the resident. The question is the management, especially in the private institution, is the management is going to support the faculty? That is another question. And another thing is, supervisors may feel a sense of pressure from institution to pass a low-performing trainee, reflecting a lack of professionalism. So we as teachers, we are having certain obligations. Recently, NMC has circulated the ethical guidelines for the medical teachers. So they have included the teachers' ethical issues in the evaluation also. So we are reflecting a lack of professionalism in doing our duty. So, and their unwillingness to write negative remarks towards a resident is do the right thing despite the associated work. So that is the thing. We have to discharge our duty honestly. And Cleland et al. Reported the sense of supervisor's conflict. So there is a conflict between their role as a supervisor or a medical teacher and a caring educator, and their responsibility towards the public, accountability towards the public. So there is a conflict. Often we come across with this conflict. Have to pass this resident, or how he is going to serve the society. So there is always sometimes we'll get that situation, senior professors are here, they might have undergone these situations. The conflict is there. And supervisor expressed concerns for the reputation of the trainee. If I'll write a negative remarks, the trainee reputation will go down. So that is the reason most of the supervisors, they are not able to write genuine feedback of the trainee. They are hesitant to document negative evaluation. So these findings suggest that lack of success in faculty development around evaluation partly. So the medical education units and NMC regional centers, we have to conduct workshops on these things to the faculty members. We are not focusing on preparing them to manage the conflicting values. So we have to take into consideration conflict management as a part of the faculty development program. How can we improve the value of clinical assessment? 3 things they have described. Developing effective administrative structures that support the faculty members genuinely, honestly. They have to evaluate the students, and preparing the faculty for the personal and professional challenges by conducting the faculty development programs. And we have to focus on the developing assessment tools. The current assessment tools are not adequate for assessing the trainee PG. We have to focus on the assessment of the developing assessment tools and allow faculty to effectively document their impressions of the residents. So this is one more thing I would like to impress on clinicians. So in summary, the modified valid teaching methods and assessment tools need to be incorporated in the upcoming PG curriculum. I have gone through the draft PG curriculum. The same old examination system they have kept. They have not at all changed the examination system. So we need to write to the NMC. So we have, as per the, so because we know the curriculum and evaluation has to go alignment, in a one alignment. So unless we'll give proper assessment, there is no use of introducing the competency curriculum. The assessment also has to change. But unfortunately, the NMC has kept the old assessment only. And the age-old PG curriculum needs a facelift. I am not focusing that it has to be taken away, but we need a facelift of the old system by introducing newer tools. And in summary, to assess the knowledge domain, we can use multiple MCQs, MTF, and MEQ, extended questions also we can use for the PG final examination. And for clinical skills, OSCE, OSPE, and OSCE 1 and OSCE 2 also they have described. So this is beyond the scope of this talk. And attitude domain, we have to focus on the attitude domain, which is not well addressed in the existing system. So we have to focus on that also. And there is a urgent need to evaluate non-cognitive variables also in PG training. That is 360-degree evaluation, multi-source feedback, role plays, counseling. These we have to introduce as a newer tools. The policy makers in the National Medical Council, they can think about many other innovative observational assessment tools by using SPs and also simulations. Each medical college, we are having a simulation lab, and we can upgrade to the needs of the postgraduates, and we can train them, and we can assess them the skills on the skill labs. So lastly, again, I want to emphasize to my learner friends, the value of certification is more important while certifying a postgraduate after completion of the training. The current assess system has to be modified to more reliable and comprehensive model with overall and continuous work-based assessment in all domains, including communication skills. And peers evaluation also to be considered for certification. We have to take into consideration. Documentation of all clinical, academic, teaching, research activities in the community care shall be considered for certification. And there should be uniform centralized exam pattern. So we have to focus on that. Board certification, which Western countries they are following. So we'll issue a certificate. So the so-and-so postgrad has completed training for 3 years or like that. And they have to appear for the central board examination for practicing as a specialist. That we have to expect. And 2 crucial interventions we have to make competency curriculum success. One is assessment, and the second one is faculty development. We have to focus on these things. And we need to have focus, training, newer assessment methods. So these are the reference articles I have taken while preparing this article. Abhijit says the current scenario and the future perspectives of medical education, perception of postgraduate training in India, and Devendra Sandhu, postgraduate medical education, challenges and innovative solutions, and essential skills for medical teacher by Ronald M. Harden, And I have taken the recent publication of the Tejinder Singh Toolbox for Assessment of Clinical Competence. So I thank the AP Medical Association and also the GEMS management and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
So, very good presentation, sir. You started with doctor-patient relationship and you have identified various pitfalls in a systematic way. In my view, assessment is the most difficult aspect in medical education. Assessment, even one of our professors used to tell, you passed the exam by these assessment examiners, but the great examiner is patient. Patient is a great examiner. If you are able to satisfy the patient, that means you are worth having your degree. That was our professors used to tell. But no doubt NMC is working on it. Now they are concentrating on undergraduate. Postgraduate also they are concentrating. I think Chalam sir can give a better reply.
The examination part they have not changed, sir. Same old pattern they have kept in the draft.
Probably they may change to the DNB pattern, probably they may implement. DNB pattern is somewhat better, it seems.
Yes.
DNB pattern they may implement. But no doubt, assessment is definitely difficult aspect. There are so many problems in assessment. There is no standardization even in the Western countries. Even so-called well-developed countries, there are so many patterns. I think Chalam sir can give a better
Excuse me.
comment on it.
Shall I talk?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, please.
You are welcome.
A lot has to be done for the postgraduate education, and my learned friend has very much bothered about the declining standards of postgraduate education and has to be changed thoroughly. I agree with you, sir. The first thing is, we are all educated in the old style. Are we not competent? Why the competence has reduced? First thing is private medicalization, private colleges. The professor is under threat. There is an internal threat. He cannot say why. When we were students, the pass of results are 60 to 70 by maximum. What is the percentage of pass? 100%. 100%. Not even one failure. Why there means they think the internal thing, so I will pass in the clinics. Let him fail in the theory. That is the attitude. That is the attitude.
Yes.
What? Another thing is, the questions are also, if you see the undergraduate, postgraduate questions, on par with the UG questions only. Anybody can write and pass. Yes. Okay. Why the competence has reduced? First thing is, now I am a retired professor and head of the department of gynecology. We are challenging our postgraduates, not only postgraduates, let them do vaginal delivery successfully. See, conducting a vaginal delivery is a forgotten art nowadays. They can conduct cesarean section very well. They cannot apply forceps. Another thing is, first thing, basic thing is, there is no demarcation between a teaching staff and a non-teaching in the sense, what I mean to say, here, the immediately after passing MS or MD is joined in a private medical college. What is his intention? To learn something and go away. So this has become a training center for the senior residents. The moment he is learning something 1 year or 1.5 years, he is going away, another fresh crop. And they are taking away the chances of the postgraduates. That is the actually ground realities. That is another thing is, there are certain places where college is not fit for postgraduate centers, but they have given centers. So these are all there is no fault with the students, fault with the teachers also. The fault with the administration, either the central government. Another thing is, previously when IMC was there, Indian Medical MCA is there, the college, number of colleges are very less. Now there are nearly more than 700 colleges throughout the country. Do you think, can it possible for the NMC to monitor these colleges? So another thing is my feeling, this is only my personal, there must be at least 3 or 4 centers monitoring. And the NMC now, the present NMC, as I think, they are monitoring everything. So the health universities are becoming silent spectators. They are thinking the conducting the examination is our job. Only the conducting selection and other things. These 2 things are there. They are not bothered about how to improve the standards of the postgraduates. They are never bothered. And another thing is, they should have, whenever there is a NMC inspections are there, the management is gearing up. You know everything, I need not tell. So, to avoid that, there must be sudden surprises when they are coming. Then only you can improve the things. So, not by giving these things, they can manipulate anything. So, now recent guidelines came, if anybody falsely submitting, the HOD will be awarded 5 lakhs. And the principal will be awarded 5 lakhs. And the college management is 1 crore. Do you think it is feasible and possible? Certainly not. Certainly not. Another thing is, the possible solution is, we should have many centers for checking. For many centers, and the university should have teeth. They are not having teeth.
Yes,
so,
sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Another thing is, you cannot compare UG education with the PG education.
Yes.
PG education is a self-directed education. You must learn by. Another thing is, previously who has taught you? And when I was a postgraduate, the government has given a GO. Still I remember, I am talking about 77. The anesthesia postgraduates, gynec postgraduates,
pediatrics,
and pediatrics and general surgery final year postgraduate can work independently in the night duties. That means that was the competence of a postgraduate at that time. That means if you are giving more chances, their competency will improve. For hydrocele, people are fighting for hydrocele nowadays.
So many seats are there.
So when we were house surgeons, one hydrocele, one hernia, one amputation is a must for house surgeon. Where is the chance now for this fellow? How can he learn? You are dumping theory.
No, sir. No, sir. They should, according to me.
1 minute, sir.
No. See this.
Sir, your name, please.
Dr. Ramarao.
Dr. Ramarao garu, absolutely, you have pointed.
No, 1 minute. When they are making a zero, anybody has raised the issue. Your body should have raised the issue. See, this is not very unfair. The standards will come down. Nobody has raised the issue.
Yes, association has to write all these pitfalls.
Pitfalls. So as an individual I cannot talk, as an individual you cannot talk. An association, the standards will decline if you are doing like this.
Sir.
Only IMA has, I think they have raised the issue. Like that we have to write, finally, who is blaming? Evadanik degree ichina adavane type lo vastadi manaku. Avuna kada? So finally the professor is at blame. It is not the professor. The ground realities kindly we must know, and we have to, unless there is a material, they cannot learn anything. We can only dump theory. Theory, whether you are dumping or not, you can read. So another thing is, when a person is paying 1 crore, 2 crore, 3 crore, 4 crores, how will you expect that he will read and he will respect the professor? He cannot. He cannot. These are all the kindly, with a broken heart, with a burning mind. I am telling these things because all these days I was teaching my students and other things, but I could not correct. If I say a lady is coming with 4 months amenorrhea, what is her training? She is not even putting her hand. She is writing ultrasound. That is the training we are giving.
Sir, please, because of time constraint.
We see, let me cry myself.
Please,
I am now crying. Let me cry myself. These are all the things. So, our training, why the assistant must be competent our assistants are not competent. Generally, professor will not teach fundamentals for the PGs.
Please suggest anything for improvement rather than talking negatively.
So, whatever kindly, you are requesting the forum. I am also requesting the forum to see that these issues are addressed properly. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You have point. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Anyone comment positively, please comment. Otherwise, we'll end the session.
Sir, 1 minute.
Before you end the session,
sir,
only
1 minute.
don't
Let
talk
me answer,
negative.
Ramarao garu. So he
Constructive
has,
feedback
put forward,
only required.
Two valid. 1 minute, sir. Two valid points. One is the NMC should have branches north, south, east, like that 4 centers to monitor. Second thing is the universities has to strengthen towards the academic activities. Now the universities just they became as a post, they are doing admissions also not there. Everything is computerized. Examinations computerized. So nothing is there for a university. They should evolve as a academic centers. The second thing is, sir, what I have presented is only tip of iceberg. Yes. Tip of iceberg. So if you go in depth, lot of reasons are there for degradation of the PG training. Thank you, sir.
Sir, small. Sir, just in addition to what you have said, sir, just a minute, Amma. Just a minute. So the addition which to what you have already said, Venugopal garu.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask about the programmatic assessment. Maybe that can be considered, because in the presentation which you have made, there is no method to assess the surgical prowess of the student. So maybe as you surgical procedures, because there, everywhere we have rubrics, each step whether the PG is being able to do or not.
We can do
so
the
maybe the
assessments,
programmatic assessment may be considered for the assessment.
Checklist,
that's the only
sir.
thing
We
which
can
I'm
use
talking
the
about.
checklist. We can use the
Sir,
checklist.
anyhow, DOPS can be as an informative assessment you can implement. If you are interested, DOPS can be implemented as a formative assessment. Final assessment is difficult.
No, sir, what I'm trying to suggest is, instead of individualizing assessments, one for theory, one for, what he was talking about is a 360 degrees assessment to get feedbacks from different sources. So if suppose we have an encompassment in the form of what we call as a programmatic assessment, that is a part of one methodology to assess. So maybe that can be considered.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I'm
in my
suggesting.
anesthesia, sir, we have introduced the DOPS. So we used to assess as per checklist how the PG is performing the spinal anesthesia, general anesthesia, epidural anesthesia. We have introduced it and we have published the paper, and we have presented in the Vizag conference also.
A small submission, sir. Sir, university has tried its level best to modify the assessment of post-graduation, especially from 10 years back. They are putting some internal exams for the post-graduations. So it would be better if they put practical assessment also along with the internal theory. So that may improve a step. It may improve the assessment, or it may bring down the burden of the whole assessment after the 3 years. Instead of that, they can bring down it stepwise so that they can better assess the postgraduates by certification each year. That is what I feel.
One more thing, sir. University has not given any weightage to the internal assessment exams what they are conducting. So unless you will give the weightage, the students, they won't focus. Just they are coming and they are writing the internal assessment exams. So they are not bothered. And at least eligibility, if you keep for internal assessment, if they are not scoring well, they are not eligible for writing the university exam like undergraduates. So it will do some better things for the training.
Sir, recently in the PG curriculum, there is a 3 months district residence program.
Yes, DRC.
Is it useful, sir?
Madam, tomorrow there is a discussion of it. We can have
there is a panel discussion tomorrow, madam. DRC.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. If any doubts, you can talk with him in the dinner or while taking tea break. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I now request Dr. Venugopal Rao, along with the chairpersons, please.
thank Dr. Ravi Chalam Garu for allowing me in his slot. My talk, actually my talk was tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to attend anesthesia state conference. So that's why I requested him. He has accepted. Thank you, sir.
Geetanjali madam session. Madam, Vilander. I request all the APMEA members to please stay for the general body meeting. Before that, there will be a half-an-hour session of faculty papers and poster presentations. Afterwards, we'll have the APMEA general body meeting.